Good afternoon, my brother. How are you doing, Sarian?
Oh, living the dream, man. Just living the dream.
That's what I heard. I heard that you're doing well in Vancouver. You're one of the alcalos, and
No,
you
I'm
belong
not the
to these.
Alcalo, but I'm a real bad bunker who is very passionate about hustling and keeping the dream alive.
I understand, Buddy Bunga. You're very hustling. I hear you.
Huh?
After all, man, you need to. You're on TikTok, man. I mean,
Of course,
you're
I
way
got
ahead of
people
me.
gotta hit me up. I gotta do my thing, and
Absolutely,
Saturdays,
absolutely.
it's a little quiet. I get my little ambience and get all these music up and down. And next week will be immigrate, ligue la light. So I gotta keep hustling, man.
Every now and then, I'm like, I gotta get into this TikTok thing. I can't
Oh,
allow
even
my man.
Savannah, man. I think some of your events, man. You just gotta load it up on Savannah because TikTok is very, very popular. You don't never know who's gonna get a hold
No,
of you
no,
and say,
no.
"Hey, man,
I'm with you on that. Definitely,
yeah."
definitely. Every now and then, I see you do your number. I'm like, you know what? I'm just sleeping on Facebook, and they're saying that. I mean, that's like it has moved on. So,
And, the amazing thing is, someone hit me up and say, "Hey, are you the one who sits on the for the people by the people?" So yeah, I said, "I volunteer. That's a national call to service on Sundays, but this is my forte, hustling. When I'm not there, I'm in the trenches. I'm hustling like a Barbunka guy, man." He said,
so
"Oh, okay, your face look familiar." I said, "I'm the same guy. Yeah."
hey, Sariang Tukulo Musa
Uh-huh.
Sariang is now a member of the Barrow Must Go.
Yeah.
But
Of course, I was there doing my analysis. I call into the show, man. I try to crash the party and everything. The sisters are very, very passionate. They are not there. Yesterday, I gleam in. I thought they were gonna be all over this new constitution, but I don't know. I didn't see them at the time, but very passionate folks, man. I'm telling you, they
I
sit down
actually
there.
I called in. Was it on Friday or was it Thursday? Because I was just coming from work. When you told me you were on, I'm like, let me call in. Actually, Juka answered, and I'm like, okay, is this the Barrow Must Go platform? Are you guys putting some beef on the? It's like, oh, hold on a minute. You gotta come on. You need to come on. And then she came back and said, I'm gonna call you later on. But by the time she called, I was already home. You know, and
Yeah,
it
because I
was
called. I was on and she texted to Claude and to Claude came over and we were like deep down, man, doing all well, like yeah, Musa Jeng is a troublemaker. He started the firestorm last weekend and all that. So
and last weekend after the show, I went downstairs and we were sitting on the couch, and I'm like, after the show, my pressure, my blood pressure. I'm telling my wife, my blood pressure is way up. And it's like, high, so almost skyrocket. You're out there yelling and going crazy. It's all over.
so
So,
so
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 today,
so Umi is usually around when you're
no,
causing all that trouble, huh?
he was downstairs and she could hear me go on and on and on. And here I was trying to complain about my pressure being up. He wouldn't have it. Daft Punk, rolling the eyes and all of that, telling me, high, so almost I'm like, okay. So tonight, I'm not gonna get my pressure up, bro. I'm just gonna even kill. So obviously, Sariang, the constitution has taken over. It doesn't really take long for the issues to just kind of move to another, and all of a sudden, it's all about the constitution. We're gonna be having Madi. Yes, Madi, Mr. Constitution. Pasamba went out of his way in the Madi. It's all good. We're also gonna be having Sid Matijao. So hopefully we will be able to have a nice conversation. I think it's going to be nice. I mean, there's nothing about this platform. Actually, if it is nice, then that would not be for the people by the people. What do you think?
It's good. I mean, we got the CRC, which is the Constitution Review Commission of 2020,
Yes.
and now we have the BDJC 2024. So BDJC means Barrow Dauda Jallo Commission 2024. So there is a difference.
Constitution.
Yes, Constitution. Yes.
2024.
Yes, 2024. We have the CRC and we have the BDJC, which is Barrow Dauda Jallo Constitution. Yes.
So when you first heard about the rollout, I mean, I can tell you when I heard and I saw it, I mean, I was excited because if you follow me on this program, I've always said the only way that I believe that we will be able to bring about change, I mean, and I've been saying it, it's like we have to have a new constitution and not to go into 2026 under the 1997. And obviously the diaspora voting and changes, I mean, making changes within the Independent Electoral Commission. So that has always been I'm like, everything else, those things are the fundamentals. That has to happen. So when I saw the rollout, I was excited. When I saw the reaction, initial reaction, I'm like, oh my boy, here we go again. And obviously you saw my write-up. I'm like, hold fire. We want to make sure that this thing sailed through to the National Assembly. And and I was trying to avoid and preempt the over-politicization, but maybe that's my own naivete. I don't think, because this is obviously a political process, and there's just no way you can avoid the politicization of it. Are we going to do it at the expense of killing it, making it a stillborn before it even gets out of the mother's womb? I hope not. But like most Gambians too, like you said, the 2020 constitution was the people's constitution. I mean, they went all over the world, basically, even right here in Atlanta, the capital of the diaspora. Pasamba Mungai rules all you want. We had a meeting here and we talked about the constitution. They went to Scandinavia, they went to Africa, they went all over the place. They went to Kaurdandimayo, they went to Kayav, and they listened to the people. Out of that, we had a constitution. Was it perfect? Maybe not. No one expected it to be perfect. But at least it's coming from the people. Unfortunately, it was never given a chance. It was killed. It was over-politicized. And without mincing words, there's absolutely no doubt, Barrow and his team, one could say that they were responsible for killing it in 2020. I mean, that's just the truth. You can scheme and lay blame all you want, but it was killed in 2020 because of their lack of commitment to the document. Fine. 4 years later, why 4 years? I don't know. We're in 2024. Couple of years to get into the elections. See, one would have thought, Sarian, you have the People's Constitution. One thing that they could have done, and I think this is where that it's even a bigger problem, is how the process was rolled out. The lack of consultation, I think, is a serious, serious problem. And when I say consultation, let's even argue they don't want to get the politicians involved, the parties involved. Maybe by doing that, they will drown it into going back and forth. But at least engage civil society, engage other stakeholders, talk to them about it, put it down. They did not do that. They went ahead, they said it's from the cabinet, they worked out a document, and they rolled it out. See, if you remember a few years ago, during the time of Batambedu, I always used to come here and I said, Batambedu is one of the best attorney general we ever had. I meant it then, and I meant it now. I have no doubt in my mind that there was no way in hell Batambedu will do such a thing that Dauda Jallo did. For heaven's sake, why couldn't you come? And let me just back up a little bit. You put out a constitution, you changed it, the People's Constitution. The first thing that you could have done, put an addendum. Every change that you make, have the audacity and the guts to explain why the change was made and what were the changes. But you did not do that. That creates more suspicion more than anything else. People think that they are up to no good. People think that it is all about Barrow and them. And that's unfortunate. So, Lindon Regal, like man personally, because I still want to have a new constitution before we get into 2026. I really want that. And I am going to do whatever I can. I'm an average Gambian. Nobody cares about me, but I'm going to speak my mind towards that. But they are not making it any easy for us. The rollout was bad. They do not. I could see Batambe coming out and having a press conference, facing the journalists and telling them and accepting. No, seriously. You've seen it during his time. Going back and forward and telling, explaining. I haven't seen that from Dauda Jallo. I hope he would go to coffee time, call the media. You make changes, you own it. At least out of respect for the people. But Nyomning Dore ni Sariang. I think it's gonna be tough. Really. And I just hope that this thing is not gonna be killed. And if I were a betting guy, I wouldn't bet on it. In as much as I want this thing to be successful. Before I hand it over to you, I have always said, and it's going to be my argument all through today's program, I have what I would call deal breakers for me. That's what I call them, deal breakers. There are things I am willing to compromise. Obviously, prior, when we were having the constitution talk on this program 4 or 5 years ago, I've always talked about diaspora participation, even running for president. That has always been my beef thing out there. Obviously, it's not there. I'm willing to put that aside. It's not a deal breaker for me. What are my deal breakers, Brother Sarian? I want to make sure that we have a constitution, 2 5-year term, once and for all, that we need that. Anything outside of that is a deal breaker for me. Now, it's in there. I have a problem with the way they wrote, when does the term starts? I'm not a legal mind. I want something clear. I listened to Assis Bensouda on the brunch. Oh, my brother, I was really impressed with that guy. Very impressive. At least he was able to break it down for people like me who do not understand what were the changes and what do they mean. Something that Dauda Jallo should have done himself. I hope he would still do it. But my friend, to avoid what happened in Senegal, to avoid what happened in all over Africa, you're changing a constitution. We have 2-term limit. Make it clear as hell. Barrow running in 2026 and running in 2031 is a deal breaker for me. I have a serious problem with that. If they don't want him to run in 2031, they should come with a language that is very clear. Now, do I think that he could be pushed out in 2026? I'm a realist. I don't think it's going to happen. Give us a 2-term of 5 years and tell us when it starts, my friend. Another deal breaker for me, I want us to have this 50+1, an absolute majority. No president will be elected without having over 50% of the votes. I have a problem with that. That is a deal breaker for me. There are other issues that I would not consider deal breakers that I'm willing to compromise on. There's this whole talk that confirmations of cabinet offices that was basically yanked out of the constitution. I mean, of the 2024 promulgation constitution draft, whatever they call it. You see, Sariang, in as much as I would like cabinet officers to go to the National Assembly to confirm them, that is not a deal breaker for me. Seriously, if I'm elected president, I should be able to have the latitude to have even here in America, they have this confirmation hearing. It's nothing but sometimes it's theater more than anything else. I would not seriously walk away from a term limit 50+1 just because of this other confirmation of the whatever. And I'm going to hand it over to you. But Dawda Jallow, I think he should be honest enough, because this is him advising the president. Whatever the cabinet does, ultimately it's about him. He should have the guts, but to basically go in there and change the constitution. And the main purpose is to strengthen Barrow's hand. I think not only narrow, but that's myopic of the highest order. We're talking about something that is supposed to last for 100 years, my friend. Why are you thinking about where we are? It's very, very, very unfortunate. Tangiri Yala, they need to fix this, and they need to fix it fast. And I'm hoping the National Assembly that they will be able to fix it, my friend. Sorry.
Paramos, thank you. I like your optimism. There's nothing wrong being optimistic, but I think the problem is deeper than just compromise. I mean, there are areas, obviously, it doesn't matter. The 50+1 is absolutely, whether we have it or not, it's a vehicle that if Gambian felt that is not on the table, they can have a fallback plan. And my fallback plan that I talked about 2 weeks ago, I will dilate on that one, more. But as I said, the 2020 Constitution, which is the CRC Constitution,
yes, sir,
that was the will of the people. There was an exhaustive consultation, both at the national level and globally. They talked to Gambians based on what we've endured for 22 years. Those are ones that folks have expressed in town halls, in community meetings, and they want that to be included into the new draft constitution. Granted, the fact is, as I call it, it's a BDJC, which is Barrow Dawda Jallow Constitution of 2024, right? So they went in, they watered it down. And this is the problem, and we cannot just continue being all hyped about if one event happens and the other one we wanted to massage it. That's not it. We've seen Barrow wanting to entrench himself for a very, very long time, Musa. That is just the truth, right? So the whole thing about, there are areas, even free speech, assembly, right, where they water it down. You can go in there, assemble, and you can have your petition handed over to whoever the official, designated official. They watered that down. That is a fundamental right. Now it's going to be over. The one that they think, sometimes they felt that folks are going to be outraged. Folks are coming out. They wanted to put a safeguard on. That way they can say, oh, national security, we will not have this. I don't think that is fair. And that's not what the people say. That's not what the will of the people. When they went around, they spent almost 110 or 116 million of money flying around. Then you mirrored it to what you wanted to see. That's just not what Gambians want. And I think this compromise, what do you want to compromise on? There is absolutely nothing out there that we need to even, it's not even a non-starter, right? The fact that the biggest one is the accountability and integrity part of it. I mean, we sit down here every week, corruption, 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 corruption. All of what Gambians aspire is, if you're coming to the office, for God's sake, declare your assets. What do you have? When you're leaving, you declare what you left. I mean, it's a very standard protocol, right? Why are you afraid? Why do you have to take the whole entire thing out? And we need to compromise on that for what? And you talk about the confirmation. Yes, the president has the ability to nominate someone. He has the power to do that. But also, I think it's also good based on our political climate. Right now, it's very toxic. People who needs to be apolitical. I think I seen that confirmation process for somebody to come on the record and for the person to know that I need to execute the office of which I am privileged to lead, without being somehow succumbed to when you didn't work with Alawat Barrow expect he can fire you. I think there should be safeguards in place. Yes, he can. But I think based on qualification, answering the question, he or she should be eligible for a top or down vote. If he doesn't have the vote, he doesn't need to. And I think it helps us as a country that we don't, head of the police, IG, immigration, state intelligence, even the CDS, they should understand that I am there for the people of the Gambia, not per se to the president. He's a commander. You still have to respect him. But you cannot follow laws or interference on things that are against the law. I think that's what the people of the Gambia fought for. And that's what they expressed in those town meetings. If Barrow and Daudas Jallo went and sat down and watered this down to tailor to Barrow's entrenching himself into power, I think people should be outraged. This whole thing went over his head. He went after the justice. There was separation of power. Judiciary has to come up with their own budget and submit it to the Ministry of Finance. That's been in place for a very long time. Now he is saying, oh, they have to take that budget to him for him to bless. What are the separation of powers in there? So there are a lot of good, besides just, we cannot focus on the 50+1 part. There are more important fundamentals in the Constitution that were removed. And if Gambians expect that they need to go with the flow because we want change so bad, we had one change before, which is 2016, and it's not working very well. And if we're naive and go with this whole change again, I think we're shooting ourselves on the foot here. And I think everyone needs to be clear. Accusation of politics, that's besides the point. This whole thing, retroactive clause, that is besides the point. There are more important aspects. If we keep sitting here and talking about system change, what are the drivers for system change? Accountability, number one. Accountability and transparency. You have to. Don't come into office, try to enrich yourself at the detriment of the poor people. And that's what's been happening. That's been, we starting and we talk. So why do we have to? 50+1 is not even, that's not very important. And the retroactive, most of the stuff.
Oh my God.
No, hold on. I'm not losing you. You signed your thought. I sat here. You gave me the floor. Let me pounce on this thing. Let me pounce it. I think there is. Oh no, we have to be honest. The 50+1, the retroactive clause. I think accountability and most of the separate, especially the local government. This man wants to demolish their local government because he's not happy with the folks that are out there. It's been independent. Let's keep it like that. Colin Powell said, keep it simple, keep it stupid. If he ain't break, don't fix it. It has been working, but because what he wants is, this is the grab. Man is entrenched. And guess what? That's why we didn't have the TRRC pass. We didn't have all these things. And the most fundamental thing, the arrest from 72 to 48, 48 to 72, he put it back to 72. Because people for 22 years, Gambians been maimed, tortured, disappeared. People don't want that anymore. They said 48 hours. If you don't have proof, leave them. Oh no, they did a backdoor deal. Again, the Barrow Dowda Jala Constitution of 2024, without consultation, they went behind the scene and they drafted. And sometimes, somehow, we need to compromise. Compromise, because that's the very good vehicle for change 2026. I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
Thank you, Soldier. Let's agree. Let's kind of highlight what we agreed on. We agreed that the way they started the process in itself is flawed. I mean, you cannot take the People's Constitution and just go and take a stab at it. I have issues with that. I have issues with this lack of consultation. I do. I have issues with some of the things that you highlighted. Walking arrest of people from 48 to 72 hours. It's not a deal breaker. It's not a deal breaker for me. I will not sacrifice my 2 5-year term, a term limit for the next 100 years, just because of these 48 and 72 hours. Should they have done that? No, they shouldn't. And I have issues with it, but it's not a deal breaker for me. An entire chapter on leadership was removed, yanked out, where it talks about integrity. Thank you, Aziz Bensouda. The whole chapter was yanked out about governance. I have issues with it. It's aspirational. It's not a deal breaker for me. You're right. Seriously, some of these changes were made. And you know what is sad, Sarian? Extremely sad. I think somebody was saying that some of these changes were made having UDP in mind. And it looks like this government, when they make decisions about the people, they cannot take their eye out of what would UDP do or say. And that, to me, it's so horrible, Dawda Jallow. It's so bad. You're talking about the People's Constitution. Why does that matter? This is not UDP's constitution. This is not what UDP said or didn't say. This is about feedback that they got from the Gambian people. So when you are going to make changes, that should be the only consideration. They did not do that. Again, where we would have differences, you said 50+1 is not important. It is important. I think, to me, it's one of the fundamentals that I think the next constitution should have it. That no one will be elected to office, no one, without having more than 50% of the votes. That is the flaw, my friend. It's important. Term limit, it's important. Consumer protection, according to Mr. Bensouda, was also the rights and goods and services was deleted. Is it important? It's very important. But you see, constitution for me cannot have everything. It cannot. At the end of the day, it cannot. Let's just be realistic. Even the United States Constitution, Nila M, something like that. You can't go and put everything, man, Matsariang, digante, what we do, what we don't do. You put it in the Constitution, you get into the details. I think that's a waste of time. You are right. I have issues with the way they approach this decentralization. Even in the 1997 Constitution, as we speak, it has that. But it didn't make any difference. But the fact that they yank it out, it basically proves what you were saying. Now, they're only doing it because of Yankuba Dabo being at West Coast, Talib Bensouda being at KMC, and what's his name being in Rohim Malik Law, my sister, Tangalon Nashobi last week. For you to go and just yank that, the Fagina. So, are they serious about this thing passing? And if they think for a minute, by doing that, and then UDP will vote against it, or whoever, and you're going to blame it on them, you think Gambians, we are stupid? Really? You seriously believe, Nay, you are doing all this so that, because Mr. Dabo said, if you touch it, my people would vote against it. So, you're going to touch it. make changes, and somehow we will say,
I want us to stay on the Constitution,
I am
not be
staying on the
quoting
Constitution.
people. And
My brother,
UDP has
I am staying on
absolutely
the
nothing to
Constitution.
do with this
I am
Constitution.
staying
Let's
on the
not drive the
You don't-
conversation to one party or another.
I'm not
This
bringing it
is
to one party.
about
I am
Barrow
this-
and Dawda Jallo doing some shady stuff against the will of the people. That's what the conversation is supposed to be.
Remove those lenses. Listen to what I said. Remove
No,
those
there is no lens. I mean, I am just saying.
Hold on.
We gotta stay on target. Your feed is gonna today. We're gonna speak the truth here. This has nothing to do with UDP.
You gotta allow me to finish. It has nothing to do with UDP. But what I'm saying is, UDP did make a statement. Are you saying that we're not going to talk about it? Their statement. Look at it. How I said it. I said.
I am not taking debate today. I'm telling you, I'm prepared to talk, to communicate to Gambians about the draft country, not UDP. That's what you always want to drag it. This is not about UDP. I'm telling you, it's not about UDP.
Bro, relax. Anytime we raise UDP, you get on Skype 50.
No, it's not. But I don't know. Let's stay on tangent. They are allowed to discuss. This has nothing to do with UDP.
Who said that? Who said that?
Esa Fall was on Gambia Talent talk about the country. You didn't quote your. Let's stay on target.
Sariang, relax.
I want us, Musa. All I'm asking is let's stay on the conversation. Let's stay on the conversation.
You stay on your topic, the things the way you see it. Let me say it the way I see it. Because if not, we're not going to go anywhere. That's what for the people, by the people is all about. What I'm saying is simple. All right? What I'm saying is simple. This issue is about our constitution. Yes, it's a political process. Don't filibuster. Don't filibuster. I am not blaming anyone. The only, bro, wait. Oh my God.
I'm not. All I want us to have a conversation talk about the Constitution, not blaming someone, a political statement. No.
You talk.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead. No, it's not. Here's the thing. When we started meddling UDP is not the only one that has come out and say, oh, the Constitution, blah, blah. There were several others, right? But the key fundamental here is it has nothing to do with any political party. Every Gambian has to be outraged. National Assembly members, he tried to take their powers away. He tried to take the judicial independence away. Even the composition of judges, who needs to sit down and select judges, has been compromised, right? So I am just saying, the 50, you say your deal breaker. I'm not saying it's not him, but here's the thing, another thing. And I saw Mr. Water writing, oh, it's not. I don't know, but that's not a deal breaker to me. The one that is deal breaker to me, the things that he took out, because that's what Gambians aspire to see their leaders in the future. We don't want a leader who comes in without having any money to enrich himself and the immunity clause that he can work free. That's not what we want. That's not what people, when they went around did consultation in 2021, that's not what they expressed. He watered that down. And now that should be the central theme of not wigging away and wiggling away about some political, what they make. But they can make political stuff. They are Gambians. They are entitled to that. But let's stay on tangent here.
As an independent analyst, I come
You can be independent. Okay. God, look.
And what I would do is discuss this thing where it's supposed to be discussed. If you come with a hammer and all you want to do is hit on one side without expert, bro, you gotta listen.
No, go ahead. Go. I am just saying. Go ahead. Go ahead.
What I'm saying.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I told you, we agreed. If there is one party to blame, it's the Barrow government and the Attorney General. I absolutely agree with that. And should we take it lying down? We shouldn't take it lying down. I am with you on that. And there's another thing that I wanted to talk about. I told you the things that are not deal breakers for me. I did say that. Now, do I want them to touch this the 2020 draft? I wish it wasn't touched. I wish not even a period was put on it so that the National Assembly will have a take on it. That's what I would have preferred. That's what I would have, because then it has a chance of passing. Now, do I believe this thing is going to pass? it is not going to pass. I don't even think it's going to pass the National Assembly. And even if it were, because the only way, because the threshold is high, the only way this thing could pass even a referendum, you have to have 50% of the electorate participating. You have to have 75% of the people voting for it. I don't think that's going to happen if you have this whole political jockeying. And the only reason why we are in this situation is because of them and the way that they handle it. They are not interested in having a new constitution. And that's extremely sad. And this is where I'm gonna close, and I let you have the floor. But if we're gonna have this conversation, I'm gonna say things that you don't like, but at least respect me to hear me out.
I do not dislike. I've seen it. No, hold on, Musa. I think the conversation's supposed to center. I thought you said I have the floor.
No.
I thought you just said I had
the floor.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Bro, we're gonna have enough time. We're gonna have Yusuf Ajao. We're going to have Madi Jobate. We're gonna expand this conversation. Today is all about the Constitution. But what I'm saying is, if we are going to have a conversation, you are going to say something that I may not completely agree with, but it's your right to say it. I'm going to say something that you completely disagree with, but don't tell me, oh, don't change the thing. This has nothing to do with. I don't say it has anything to do with that. I am talking about man, I know for a fact, these people, Dawda Jallo and the status quo, they come through this constitution seriously, and they have all these things in their head. And I think, without thinking, the only person that they should be thinking is, this is the people's constitution. And that should be the only consideration. The other issue that I want to warn Dawda Jallo and Barrow, you see, you have Burkina Faso, you have Mali, you have Guinea-Conakry. And if they're not careful, and I seriously mean this, in the absence of having a constitution that people believed in, that change is imminent and change is possible, you are going to give cues to other people that will say, you know what? If these people want to take us back, create a constitution that change is not imminent, they'll take things into their own hands. And if that happens, we will be worse off as a country. And they better believe that it could happen. My friend Sarian.
Musa, here's the thing. I don't want this thing to be lost in the translation. The focus here, and it should be today, it's the Constitution. It's a dismal document. And there was no consultation on the process. That's just a fact. And somehow, this whole thing, I think somehow we just need to, for me today, I'm not thinking about politics. I'm thinking about what is right and what we aspire as a country to achieve, regardless whether Barrow stays on or not, or who the next president is. If the next president, if these controls are not in place, it's the same old, right? So what we need to fight for is the things that are watered down. And that is more critical to me than what I'm trying to say, 51%, if you do a shady deal behind the scene, you did not do consult, before even people read it, they had resentment against the document. You did not do your consultation process. And as you highlighted here, he did not talk to the press. There was absolutely no appendix attached to it. Why they did this? People trying to push back somehow, people should, it has nothing to do. Let's talk about morality and integrity and honesty. That's what I wanted to talk about. This is more of politics. We need change. No, it's not all about change. It's about the institution. That's what we want to put in place. Oversight, honesty, transparency. Because these are all key ingredients that's going to push, a country. If we want to see a country that is free from corruption, what do we need to do? What do we need to do? What are some of the modalities that we need to put in place? It's not there. It's tracking out. We're talking about 51%. 51%. Tell me, you can go around, and the rhetoric from that's not even more important. As I said, I'm speaking from I'm not saying that you should be universally acceptable. You state your thought here. I did not interject. I didn't say that was worse. I didn't say that. I listen. What I'm trying to say is these fundamentals that are taken out. If we want a country that we're going to hold our officials accountable, that they do not take us for a ride, not that as a service to the people, to the country, not enriching themselves. Are you there for the office, the privilege that brush the privilege, or you are there to serve the people? And these are key fundamentals, Musa. I think that's where I'm driving at. I think these ones that are watered down is a showstopper right there. And I think Dauda Jallo, being appointed as Minister of Justice, should put a lot of thought process and think about the current political climate. But if you put these things there, people are complaining, and you water down the version of the one that came from the majority, and there was a consultation. Now, where would the politics part? Let's take the politics part. We cannot even continue to think about politics all the time. I think for God's sake, moving forward, let's do what is right and what is good for Gambia. We've been through these trenches for how many years now? 50-something years. Last week, we sat down here, we're talking about land allocation and all that. This right here undermine that argument, because if we're not standing up and say enough is enough, we're not going to, it undermines our argument. So that's why I'm telling you, okay? I'm not saying that should not be part of I'm not saying that. I'm saying, to me, these are the deal breakers. These are more important.
Sarian, we come here every Sunday. You are Sarian, I'm Musa. We have our own different political orientation. People tune in and they want to listen to both of us. Like I said, so Funjar Deguwante, Funjar, we have our back and forth. There are things, for me, I have highlighted. There are a lot of things that we have in common. I am equally outraged. Man, I want to see a new constitution. Really. And if it means making deals, there are things that I'm willing to make deals with. There are things that they are red line for me. But that's just me. That's just me. Now, to think that this is not politics, constitution making is a political process. So if you think you can do it without removing the politics, you are mistaken. So, Mandima Moine, I have highlighted what are the deal breakers for me that are important. 2-term limit is important to me. 50+1 is important to me. That doesn't mean, look, for me, living in the diaspora, be able to run for the presidency, it's important for me. But it's not a deal breaker. Manola Lawa. Consumer protection is not a deal breaker for me. You talk about the 48 hours or 72 hours. It's not a deal breaker for me. But you are right. These people, what they did was immoral. I agree. Loluman, I totally agree. And I think, now the question is, and we're going to bring Syed Matijao. We are where we are. What's the solution? What do we do? Are we just going to give them the finger and say, go to hell? Are we going to lay dead and say, you know what? Forget it. Let's continue with 1997 Constitution. I think it is a conversation that we need to have. What are our options as a people? Or should we have mass mobilization and go to Makati Square and tell them, you know what? We ain't having it. Maybe that needs to be looked at. But an honest conversation needs to be had, and then we have to remove our partisan lenses when we come on this platform. That's what we need to do. It is not about SFL, it's not about UDP, it's not about NPP. It's about the political reality on the ground, because ultimately these parties are going to have their say whether this constitution pass or not. If NPP campaign against this constitution, it's not going to pass. If UDP does it, it's not going to pass. If DOI does it, it's not going to pass. So we cannot have this conversation without them mentioning them. Syed Matijao has to come in. For some reason.
Musa, I have conviction to speak on any issues without being, I don't fear nobody to speak my mind on stuff. And I think it's very easy to accuse one person on wearing a partisan slash, even though in that individual's own analysis is skewed and biased. That's human nature. I can take that. I'm a big boy, right? But what I'm trying to say is, let's not skew, it not center. The conversation should not center about political parties today. Let's talk about the meat and potatoes of the document that's been shared.
That's what we are doing, though.
No. You mentioned, you said you would. I'll listen to you.
Sorry, yeah.
Listen to me too. I mean, it's not monolithic. The reason I get up at 8 o'clock in the morning to come on this, because I think through things and I come here, I want to share my perspective with the viewers, right? So we both got to respect that, right? But if we keep attacking or saying, oh, partisan lens, what partisan lens do I have? I did not speak here as a partisan or aligning to any political party. Mention one thing that I say that is partisan. It's not. It's not. It's not. So let's not do that. And I think this right here is the one that defeats this documentation and all that. I think we need to be cordial. We need to speak and sync on, and hopefully craft a message that's going to unify and bring Gambians together. But if we start finger pointing, you preempt before the document even people have had chance to read it. You wrote something on your Facebook page, right? But maybe that's Musa's way of preempting the document. But I wanted to read through the document and listen to the experts and have a conversation. And here it is. I want us to agree on stuff that we can move forward and have a conversation. Exactly. Whether we have the vote to pass this constitution. Oh, hold on. I get it. Oh, let me finish. Let me land. I respect the justice coming, but I gotta speak. I mean, I have to speak what I need to speak about. That way we can have a closure on this and move forward, right? Yes. So it's important that we state the facts. Okay? So and the facts shall set us free. So with that, I open the door to your guest to speak. What he has to say. Thank you.
It's our guest. Brother said Mati.
Yes,
how you been?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. How's
the family?
Yeah, everybody's
so
good.
I really want to thank you because it's a last minute thing. Actually, Samba was trying to get hold of you the past couple of days. You must be a busy man.
It's just the writing sometimes. Have some reports to finish.
Right.
And
right.
I'm happy that I'm here because this is also an important process that we've been following for some time. And even me listening to you guys, some of my ideas, I say, they are getting what they wanted. Divide people and so that things could work in that way. But yeah.
Sid Mati, I greet you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Marang. Happy to be back here.
All right, thank you.
So Sid,
yeah,
we are where we are. I understand that at some point you were either anyway, what's your take on this whole document thing? And where does that leave us? We went through the 2020 draft. It was ditched 4 years ago. Here it re-emerges again. Where are we? Most people looking at it, they're calling it a non-starter.
Yeah, I mean, it's two things. On one side, there've been, since the rejection of the first one, there have been a lot of calls, especially among civil society, and one of the organizations that have been leading, perhaps, Marnyang's Gambia Participate. There have been quite a lot of conversation on how to bring back the constitution and all that. But the second issue was also, how do we come about that process? Do we go to the National Assembly, or the executive has to also come up with their own draft? I think for me, one of the questions that was answered basically was that there's definitely a need, an urgency for us to have a constitution, but also, what kind of mechanism or process that we need to follow to reintroduce the draft constitution. I think those questions were not really tackled. And so when I saw the draft, I mean, of course, if there was no consultation, because it shows that we have moved from a process or a stage of the development to something that has been basically delivered by a particular group or small group of individuals. And for me, that's, like when people talk about the document and all that, for me, that is very important. But for me, my interest is usually on the process, because, as we all know, I mean, we are not making a constitution for anybody. We are making a constitution for all of us, and so we are making a constitution for the Gambia, and therefore, the process of bringing Gambians on board and be part of that process, for me, that is what is very central in terms of this constitution making process. And so today, people will compare two things. They will compare what the process of bringing about the draft 2020 that was rejected, which everybody agreed that it was very consultative, it was very engaging. The constitutional process used a very scientific, broad-based methodology to engage with the community. But also at the end of their engagement, they came out with a report, whether you agree or disagree with their the final draft that they presented, they came up with justification and reason why they did those kind of stuff. And so you compare that to what we have right now. One, it answers the aspiration of the people. Of course, people wanted a constitution, so therefore we'll just give them a constitution, but doesn't address basically, carrying along the voices of the people. Because recently we had a national dialogue, and the issue of a constitutional process came about, and there were quite a conversations around that process. And then now you just come up, you release a document, and people don't see themselves in it. And I think that's the biggest challenge now, the biggest question that we have to address. And for me, is the responsibility of government also to see how best we can make people to be part of the process. But otherwise, like it is, most of the comments, most of the engagements that I see is more of disappointment. But at the end of the day, what I also say is that a document, whatever it is, a draft is also an opportunity. This one comes from the cabinet, but it is going to the people's representative, the National Assembly. But of course, there are also people people already know is already politically charged, so it might not go through. So at the end of the day, is it that we are creating a constitution for the people of the Gambia, or are we creating a constitution just to tick some sort of a box? Because recently the government is really under pressure, both from the donor community but also from ECOWAS, and everybody has seen that. And of course, there is also that internal pressure that is also coming from for the need to have a constitution. And so for me, it's just like, let's just answer their question and then present something without necessarily capturing or factoring what the people's reactions or what people will really think about those issues. And I think currently this is where the debate is. But I think for me still, as long as there is something that is presented, it's either the people can pick it up and say, well, this is our document, we have to protect it and engage in the process, or we can just let politics or just allowed to be distracted, because even the current document as it is a source of distraction for most of us. But what is the commitment then in terms of this aspiration that we all shared, that led to the change, ending self-perpetuating rule, but strengthening our democratic and governance processes, ensuring accountability, ensuring that the exclusive or the powers of the president is also executive is also checked. But what we also have, and I haven't gone through the entire document, but so far I have following comments and commentaries, especially from legal experts, and also looking at the document in terms of what has been changed. You start asking yourself, I mean, is this the dream or the aspiration that we have from 2016 coming to now? Or is it that, something that is even in certain instances is even pushing us back to even before 1997? So there are those questions that, I think, like Serian was saying, it's important that we focus on the document, but we also must talk about processes and see how, because constitutional making is about that as well. And usually people tend to forget that. But how do we bring everybody online, as part of the process? I think this current draft has not been able to answer that. And I think for me, this is where the current conversation is. But I think definitely to know that you need 75%, you need 75% outside, with 50% turnout, and you decided to just, meet and come up with a draft without consulting people prior to that, or even the political actors, or even clearly to tell us that these were the controversial issues before, and this is what has been addressed. I mean, so those are things that you know, are still part of the issues that I hear about this process. And I think for me, that is the dangerous part. And that's the first lesson that I'm saying. And that's what I'm learning right now.
So, so it looks like, said Mati, listening to you, I mean, this thing is dead on arrival. Obviously, the process is already compromised, how it was rolled out. I mean, I don't think they can go back and fix that. It is what it is. Does that tell us that maybe all along?
Well, I mean, yeah. No, sorry, the network. I didn't get that. I mean, so I wouldn't just, you know, for me, I'm still, I wouldn't just say that is there on arrival. You know, I usually have this optimistic feeling, but until the last part. But the question for me is that, you know, is the question of whether the document could be saved, and how can it be saved? And as it is right now, is a document that has to be really negotiated. Before, everybody was saying, you know, we're looking at it from a political lens, that it has to be negotiated. Even among our civil society, I think the conversation was, I mean, mostly what the Constitutional Review Commission did was mostly captured what people aspired or people wanted, and some of the issues that, you know, people disagreed were mostly from a political, were seen mostly from a political lens. But what currently is happening with this current draft is no longer about, you know, party grouping or anything. It basically kind of affects the broad, you know, social setup. You know, in terms of even local governance, in terms of many other aspects, we people wanted to see more power, because the 1997 Constitution talk about decentralization that gives, you know, development must be accessed through decentralization, and even now that's what people are demanding. But you come and basically, as some will say, bastardize that whole section. Even then, implementation or creating those kind of institutions or replacing those institutions are also critical, that you know, we also need to factor. So I mean, like, being me myself, being said Mati, knowing that I am one person, one vote, and you know, my role within civil society, I mean, it's not to discourage people, but to say, to ask people perhaps whether we can reflect on the possibility of an opportunity. And this is not about, you know, parliament anymore. This is about a constitution that is presented to the people, and how the people are going to, you know, respond to this is also very, very important, because eventually, I mean, our parliamentarians are there for the people. And so how do we engage in all those different processes? I think these are questions that civil society has to ask itself, but also political actors and everybody else. You know, so for me, currently as it is today, if it was voted, I don't see people agreeing on it. But I think since we have 3 months or some other days, and eventually after, there's possibility. There's a possibility perhaps to fix the document.
Sorry.
All right, Mr. Jau. Mr. Jau, and thank you very much for highlighting. I think this to be about the document per se. And I know the processes that need to enlighten. But I think from your vantage point, I mean, there's areas that actually the work that you did in the past has impacted. And then my question to you is, since the government had a plan or, you know, intention to reintroduce this new draft, was there any consultation, for that matter, from the Ministry of Justice, or, you know, folks within his office, to work with your organization in areas of highlighting some of the, because you interface with the community and the voters at every onset. You travel extensively around the country. What are some of the steps that they did before? Were you aware of some of these changes or not?
Well, what I was aware of is that if you look at the National Development Plan that government wanted to bring back the Constitution, that was very clear from the from one, the National Development Plan, from some of the policy statements and pronouncements that they have made. That was very clear. And also very recently, I think during the press conference, organized by the Ministry of Information, that's when I even also know that they were gonna, gazette this draft by mid-month. But even also around that period, also we know at some point it was announced that cabinet was also going to sit on the draft constitution, and of course we also saw the information ministry sharing that. So for me, the only consultations that I've attended, I think, like I mentioned in the beginning, was those that were facilitated by Gambia Participate Malnyang's organization. Because like I said, civil society's role was also to help keep the momentum, so that we will not just, we are now talking about 4 years since it was reintroduced, but to ensure that government keep to its word, keep to its promise, and then reintroduce it. But to sit over the document, to to discuss it, to discuss what was deleted, what was added, what was not. I've not attended any such forum. I haven't heard of seeing any civil society member that also attended any such forum. And for me, I think this just comes from the cabinet meeting, and then it is gazetted and it is coming. It is presented to us. Maybe for them, this is where we should be consulted. Now, well, we have drafted, and so now you are being consulted. But in the process of getting this current draft, I'm not aware, and I won't participated in one that talks about that. But also during the national dialogue, I mean, because I think I facilitated the conversation with the political actors and institutions among civil society. And one of the recommendations also within that process was to bring this constitution back, because in this country you realize, and every time I argue that most of our problems, sometimes we just limit it to individuals, but it's a structural problem in the sense that we have all these colonial laws. Gambia has not been able to reform and revive itself, do all those sort of stuff. And so that's why it is important that we start focusing on this constitution to enlarge the space, ensure that people can there is issues of accountability and people can participate. So during those different conversation on convergence, the issue of the constitution keep coming up. But bring back the constitution, bring back the constitution. But like I was saying, the process or how and sometimes I raise this, but for us sometimes we are seen too academic. Because sometimes you need to question that, like the how mechanism, and sometimes I wanted to see if Madu was coming here, because his proposal has been on creating citizen assemblies, but the other option has been also to, perhaps look at what the CRC has said and then follow that process and send back the issue to the constitution. And I think during even the national dialogue, our recommendation was just to resubmit the draft as it was. So that's why I said, if this draft come up like this, and then you see the initial reaction, it shows that people are saying, well, this is not our document, it's somebody else's document, but we'll have to look at it. And I think that's what we have to do at this minute.
Okay, thank you. So what is the process though, as far as the MOJ intends to submit this draft, and from here, how does the process go until start to finish? Well, if you could enlighten us a little bit.
In my layman understanding, I'm not I'm interested in the process, but I'm not. But my understanding is that from here, it's gazetted now as per the constitutional requirement. So it will last from the 14th of August to, it should take like 100 days, 3 months and 10 days, and then it will get to Parliament. And in that, then Parliament will have first reading, and I think the second reading, where also they'll have to discuss the merits and principles of the bill. If you remember last time, that's where the bill, ended. So if it succeeds, if it gets the 75%, or two-third majority, I think, please, if I'm getting it wrong, people that understand it better could explain it. Then it moves to the committee stage, and where in the committee stage there could be that possibility of consultation And I remember during the 2020 draft, I was hired by the UNDP as a consultant to draft a strategy in terms of the consultations within the committee process, and how the committee will engage with different stakeholders along those period, because there was that whole support in terms of that. So when it get to that stage, I think there will be a conversation around it, and if it passed consideration stage, and then eventually it has to be voted again on the third reading. And this time also it also requires 75% support. And if we get the 75% support, I think then the question, the referendum question might be drafted and then to the IEC, where then a date for the referendum will be set. But the referendum itself also will require 75% support out of a total turnout of 50% of the registered voters. So this shows that at the entire process, it requires like a majority support. It's very, very, very strong support. At least it needs 8 out of 10 Gambians to support almost every process, before it gets through. So it shows that also, for me, constitutional making is a peace building mechanism, where we are coming from a transitional process. We're talking about reconciliation. We're talking about that. This should have been an opportunity where Gambians sit around and then negotiate all these different issues. At least starting from cabinet consultation with the wider public, then subsequently, for the consultation at the National Assembly. And if people disagree, I mean, everyone is your vote. If you want to support, you support. If you don't want to support, you can vote against it. For me, but the most important part is along the process, are people informed enough about what their rights and responsibilities are along the way, but also what is the broader agenda. Those are things that we need to also focus. But for me, I think in my simple understanding, this should be the process.
Thank you. Coach.
Yes, guys. Thanks for joining you late, but I could not miss this. And
we miss you too.
I know. I see the so-called strategies and all that stuff. So I don't know what you said to him.
He was waffling. He started that since last week, so it's all right. I'm so used to it now. Let's go ahead. I know you're gonna be fair and balanced, so you got the floor, man. That's all right.
Yeah, but I think this is a very, very important undertaking. Yeah. Constitutional building should not be a walk in the park. Unfortunately for us, we have now resigned ourselves to, let's settle for this. And I think at some point, if you've been independent for almost 60 years, settling for things should be a thing of the past. If you look at this country that we live in today, the United States became independent in 1776. You know when their constitution was ratified and became operational? 1789, 13 years later. And the crafters of the document were not thinking about what benefited them then. They were thinking about what was in the greater interest of the country going forward. And this is why that document from 1789 to date has only been amended 27 times. There is a reason why the Gambia Constitution, if you want to call it the 1997 Constitution, nobody can tell you what the correct version of that Constitution is, because it has been amended for over 50-something times. Every time they feel that this favors us, let's amend it. And I think this is another missed opportunity again by President Barrow and his group, because I think they are more focused on what is in it for them than what is in it for the Gambian people. Listen, even if they had the intentions all together and say, you know what, we don't want this, I would have just changed a little things if they needed to change something and let it go to the National Assembly, go through the committees, make your arguments. But isn't it interesting that everything they changed are the things that they complained about from the first time around? And let's look at this process. Since the failure of the CRC, when Barrow and his clique torpedoed that thing, they scuttled the whole thing, took it away from us. After all the monies that we spent, they went into this negotiation. They brought in international idea, whatever they call themselves. There was a meeting in Abuja. There were meetings all over the place. They engaged civil society. Everybody thought, you know what, maybe these people are interested in something serious. Only to come and write this document without consulting a single person outside of their group. Maybe they will tell you, oh, we spoke to some lawyers. Yes, if you pay lawyers and tell them what you want them to write, they will write exactly that for you. So to me, if this has shown anything, is not only the greed and selfishness of Barrow and his group, but the total dishonesty. And listen, some people will tell you, oh, term limits, 50+1, we want that. But for once, we want a constitution that can stand the test of time. And constitution is not only dependent on whether we have term limits or not. Even the term limits, nobody can tell you what it means. There is a great chance that Barrow could be president for 20 years. 20 years before these term limits will kick in. And by then, you would look at our country. Jawara 32 years, Jammeh 22 years, and Barrow 20 years. And they said, you know what, now we're generous enough to give you term limits. And I believe that those Gambians who want to have a better constitution should fight like hell until we get that. That doesn't mean that we should just throw the bath water away and all that stuff. No. We'll engage in the process. We'll continue to advocate and agitate, engage our National Assembly members so that they will do the right thing. And look at some other issues. In the draft, the original draft, it said that those that are to be appointed as members of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission will have to be subjected to confirmation by the National Assembly. Now, you can even argue the ministers and say, well, he has the mandate, he can select his own ministers. But an institution like that is supposed to be the most independent institution, guided by integrity and everything. What is wrong with having it go through such a thing? And this is the same government that has just come out with a bill. They say they call it a vetting bill. They say they want to have a commission that is going to vet people that are appointed in the civil service. But you don't want to vet people who would occupy positions as high as the ones that would determine whether elections are free and fair in that country. And then there was another provision that said that if Musajeng is running for office and he declares his assets declaration would be sent to the Anti-Corruption Commission. It was set up for a reason. And the Anti-Corruption Commission would vet that declaration to see whether it is accurate or not, and then advise the Electoral Commission accordingly. But they decided, no, we don't want that. That is not going to be there. So first, you want to appoint the people that you want to serve in the Electoral Commission, and then want those people to be the same people that would vet your asset declaration. If there is one problem that we've had in the country for over 60 years now, close to, is rampant corruption. And people who have no regards for the welfare of our people. You come to power poor, you leave power rich. President Adama Barrow, I want to see his asset declaration from 2016. And then we can compare it to the one that he gave in 2021. And maybe that would be a clear explanation of this vast money-making machine that our political offices have become. I want, and another issue too, you know, the most abused provision of our Constitution is the detention of people for 72 hours, and then they should be charged or released. Do you know that the draft, the 2020 draft, had it at 48 hours, just like it was in the 1970 Constitution? But President Barrow and his people decided, no, we're not going to have 48 hours. We're going to go back to the 72 hours. And then you ask your question, what is their motive? What is their objective? And what has stopped them from saying, you know what, not only are we publishing this, but we are publishing for all governments to know the changes that we've made. Why should it take Gambians to be going and reading documents side by side to know what was changed and what was not changed? If your objective was not sinister, you would have been as transparent as you could be from the very beginning. But the worst mistake that we can make is just to settle for another constitution. We cannot have every government that comes have a new constitution. We cannot have that. Let's have one that is fit for purpose. So that when Musa Jeng leaves and Sariang comes, there would be any need for Sariang to believe that he also needs to have a new constitution. For what? Every president with a republic? It does not make sense. And President Barrow and his people must understand that. There was a time when Jammeh thought that all the amendments he was making in that constitution will always benefit him for the rest of his life. And guess what today? He's not in power. And I believe he has serious problems with some provisions now because it's not favoring him. So we need to have leaders who are not only forward-thinking, but leaders who respect us enough to give us what would benefit us not only today, but generations to come. But with this trajectory, every government that comes would have a new constitution. Before you know it, will be the country of more constitutions than anything else. It doesn't make sense. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Definitely. That's my take for now.
Sid Mati, your reaction? Sid.
Yes. Well, I mean, the sentiments more, I think for them, they even expected that because, I mean, the constitution, like I said, we are not making a constitution for an individual, but just for cabinet, for somebody that is elected by the people to also, come present. People's reaction definitely wouldn't be that good. But for me, the whole question now, and I have no answers. I have it's still the question of what do we do? What is presented? I mean, should we just say let us reject it? And I agree. At some point, I was saying the other day that bukan nakala marnan surat tahen nan putit su pumpe uye hama do what of saying.
Garus.
Yeah.
Garus de.
So sometimes it's also about what is behind some of the positions, some of the decisions that they have made. We will never know. But this is also for me also the the document, especially the one that I see now being compared, especially with the tax changes. It also provides a good opportunity for Gambians to see exactly, even without any explanation, for Gambians to know exactly this is what cabinet is thinking. This is the way that they want to move the country, and that is clear. People now see that part. But for me, the issue is like when it gets to Parliament, how it is going to be handled in that process, and also what should be the role of all of us individually. Should it be more like a movement that say, let's return some of the, of course, some of the important points, some of the important issues that were discussed, or we just say, since cabinet want to use us as a scapegoat for bringing constitution, let it end and then let them start with a more genuine process. So these are things that also, as a country, definitely, as much as we need to look at the document itself, we also need to think about how are we going to respond to this very important question. Can we, either way, because passing this constitution and as it is, and having the 1997 constitution, it's like Captain Saddam and General Saddam Hussein. It's like almost the same, just changes of names without necessarily addressing the aspirational questions that Gambians have. And for me, those are things that should be the guiding principles of any constitutional making process.
So Sid,
yeah.
Sid, I don't want you to dwell a little bit because ultimately, clearly, the way this thing is starting, we've heard what Pastor Samba said, Sariang before that, and there's total agreement that the process itself is flawed from the get-go. Obviously, most Gambians believe that the government is not interested in having this constitution passed. My approach has always been, there were changes that were made. And I want to pick your brain. I talked about what are the deal breakers for me. And again, I want us to dig the 1997 Constitution, not at all costs now. I'm not saying dig the 1997 Constitution and take whatever is out there. That's not what I'm saying. So I want to read some things based on what Assis said on the program, The Brunch, that these were the changes. And I want you to tell me whether are those deal breakers for you. Are you willing to still, hopefully, that the National Assembly will be able to fix it? Pasamba talked about the arrest, changing from 48 hours that was in the original draft, 2020, to 72 hours, back to where it is 1997. Is that a deal breaker for you? Removal an entire chapter 5 that was kind of yanked out.
Yeah.
Is that a deal breaker for you? The freedom of assembly was touched. Removal of, secondary education was another one that was removed, meaning free. They just, for basic primary level, there's free education. For secondary, in this 2024 draft, was taken out. The decentralization was also deleted, which is even in the 1997 Constitution. Consumer protection was also deleted. And composition of the judiciary committee, nomination of a whole lot of other things. Now, I want you to help us here and also our viewers. What are the deal breakers for you? Or do you just think, based on the changes that they made, to hell with it, and let's just stay with the 1997 Constitution? Or do we want to give it a chance and hopefully the National Assembly can fix it? And can they even fix it? Is it fixable, in other words?
Every document, is fixable. I think this current draft, when it gets to Parliament, they have, if it passes through the stages, they can rework it. I think at least that's the opportunity that is there, because then Parliament is the people's house. If there's that agreement and support, that is very possible. So in terms of, for me though, in terms of deal break,
we kind of lost it a little bit. Sid. So, I guess we need to interject here. So, Sarian.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Oh. Okay.
Sorry, man, maa ngi nekk fii di wax rek ndekete maa ngi mute. Tuuti ma nekk ak génne.
So
what I was saying is, I said for the, decentralization issue, for decentralization, for me, that's I'm very passionate about that one. And just to move it itself raises two questions for me. One, the question of what the people aspire for, devolution of power, making sure that the development is brought through their local government, but now central government seems, cabinet wants to remove this whole entire structure, or so or less, and just have I don't see it clearly. I'm not going to speak clearly, but in terms of what I'm seeing, in terms of deleting that whole stuff, that doesn't really stand well with me. That needs to be relooked at, because eventually, right now, as we are speaking, this government has quite a lot of money where they're working on this whole issue of decentralization. We also, and if you look at the National Development Plan, these are all issues that have been stated that we are going to work towards this. And now you are presenting a constitution that kind of limits or remove those kind of stuff. For me, it doesn't really tally. But the other point that I was trying to make is that in terms of whether it could be fixed, or even my position in terms of what are the deal breakers, I would always like to stand from an organizer point of view, where we bring in people to discuss some of this issue, because evidently during referendum, if the current draft as it is past Parliament, I don't think I'm not going to support that, because for me, decentralization itself, is critical, because that's the way that people should get power. But for me, I think there is still opportunity. I mean, I'm a very optimistic person. I think what the cabinet has done, despite all the different sentiments, is that they have presented, a draft, and a draft needs to be improved. It needs to be better off if the conditions outside it are right. But then the question that we're asking is, are the conditions, the current conditions, are they okay? And here, this is why also the political lenses must come in, and all those different aspects. But I think what is still early for me. It's still early for me. I want to hear more legal conversations. I want to also, see, like for consumer protection. I hear some people are saying it might not be necessary because you have a consumer act, but I want to hear more of the legal experts, talking about the legality. And then for me, I think that's the time that I can also look at, in terms of the political aspect, its impact and possible influence. But issue of also, I mean, the IEC, people have been also talking about strengthening the institution, but I see that the chairman, instead of being, taken to the National Assembly, you talk about judicial service or something. Sometimes some of these processes of taking people to the assembly and all that, the idea more broadly is also to get, broader partisan support, to confirm somebody. But a sensitive institution like IEC, the president and judicial commission and other people that he is likely to appoint is like the same person doing the same job. So there are things that we need to, I mean, like I said, we need to look at critically. But for me, in terms of fixing, now the ball is in the court of the National Assembly. But this should not be the role of the Assembly itself. I mean, even at our own VU level, committee level, we can organize the anti-diaspora. There are things organize, some small citizen assemblies, send comments to representatives. There are ways that we can do it. But eventually, also depending on the politics at the assembly, I don't see that this is something that people will be too excited about to fight for, to say, bring it about, do like that, because people feel defeated already because they have not been involved. But the question for us also as civil society, how can we inspire, that, I mean, of course, this is a problem, but there are other opportunities that we can use to amend this. And eventually, if it is not fixed through the parliamentary process, it will get to the public. And if the public don't like it, I mean, you cannot tell people how to vote. They will vote the way they want to vote. So those things are also there. So there's an opportunity for us to engage, but we are also a polarized society. How do we answer all these different issues with this particular constitutional process? And for me, that's what I thought the whole draft was supposed to do, to help address the polarization within society, but also to bring partners together. But I mean, so far it's not the case.
Go ahead, sorry.
Musa, I think with your diplomacy, you need to invite the Minister of Justice to come out here and speak to folks. I mean, you got to do the PR. And I think we all want a constitution, but I'm in for a good constitution. As Coach said, not every president who comes in and nitpick what they want and throw it out. I think it needs to be good for consumption. It needs to be good and at least hold our elected officials accountable, including the president. I mean, there is areas where there's, I mean, a lot like conflict of interest. Those are important. If we want a country, we don't want folks to divert our mega resources to their own. I think we need to set those boundaries, those limitations, and ingrain them into the Constitution and hold them accountable. The immunity clause, I mean, that's been removed. What is the reason why the immunity clause? Because if there was a feedback from, based on what's been drafted in 2020 by CRC, there was a collective consultation. And from those feedback, we knew Jammeh was converting personal businesses, competing with private sector. Gambians don't want that anymore. They don't want their president to be engaged in businesses. That's why they want that clause. They want that to be part of the 2020. If Dawda Jallow removed that clause, I think he owes the Gambian population an explanation. we can. I mean, that's not compromisable, because obviously the fact that he took that out creates a lot of eyebrows. So he should be in the position, and this is in the hands of the National Assembly. And hopefully there shouldn't be any partisan lenses, as you call it. I think we need to speak as it is, and we need to hold ourselves accountable. Even the land allocation, there was a commission that was put in place into the 2020 Constitution. That's been removed. We had issues about lands, and there's uproar every week, even in Wellingara this week. You know, people rise up. I mean, if we don't want tensions, why are we removing that land? What is the explanation that we remove those land allocation commissions from the Constitution? What is the reason behind it? So these are the reasons. And as I said, I mean, the president has the power. He's the commander-in-chief to appoint someone. But I think also this goes into a greater conversation. I think it is a placeholder, and it protects those individuals that, you know what, the Constitution has protected me. I can work, he can nominate me, but he cannot fire me because I'm protected. And that's the protection that we're working on. And you talk about the nominated members too. That is something that I didn't even talk about. He changed that because he nominated someone, and the Constitution went through the court. The court said, no. This is a 5-year term. You nominate, despite you have a disagreement with them, they still you nominated them. They need to stay. But he watered that down too. So I don't know what we need to say about this. What are the compromises here? Because the fact that, you know, all these things are what is the reason behind it? Because if you convey your thought and back up your thought, put an argument out there and let it be for public consumption. It hasn't been done. And I think that's what the conversation needs to drive. What we want. We want a constitution, but we want a constitution that is for all Gambians, regardless of a political party. This is not about one party or another, or one president. It's for holding our presidents and elected officials accountable. I mean, for the long term. And it's better for Gambia because it will hold each individual accountable. And I think that's what my contribution is on this one.
Surprisingly, my man just dialed in. Anga.
Radiboski.
This is a surprise.
I'm sure it is for you and for many others.
Yes. So how you been?
I've been doing great, man. Enjoying my time in the US. Having the best time of my life.
I see that.
Radiboski.
Yes.
Why I'm not let me say after Serian.
Yes, sir, Nyancho. How you doing, my brother?
I'm doing wonderful. I miss you, man, and I'll call you later after the program.
Yeah, but I gotta see your eye. I gotta see your face. I know you've been
You're not going to show it because he is fat and all that, so that's why he's not going to show his face.
You guys cannot see me. What? No, honestly, you guys cannot see me.
It's blurry. It's blurry.
Him, but
Okay, maybe it's the way I am. No, it may be the background. Hold on, let me see.
You know, Banker can never do anything right with this technology thing. It's always maybe this thing.
I'm sitting at the back of the house because the kids are making so much noise inside the house. Right. So, okay, how am I now?
It's better.
It's better. I don't know. I was sitting inside the house and the kids are just making so much noise. I decided to come out. You know, I'm gonna call you panga. You hamlo magnet. You are still in the grind.
I don't know whether you're following up with the program about the Constitution, and we talked a little bit about it at the Ngente yesterday. And what's your take? Most people, obviously, you've heard Sariang, Pasamba, myself, and Batikau. There's unanimity, but there's also what is it? And tell us, what do you think?
No, look, I think people tend to miss one fundamental aspect of all of this. Constitutional building processes are not easy. They are always contentious like this, like what you all are doing. You know, Coach, I'm sure knowing him, he's railing against the government. You sitting there trying to be reasonable guys, Tarian, trying, being reasonable, but at least having still having the partisan sort of influence to his take. And then others and others and others will give it their own take. So it's always been like this. Constitutional building processes have never been this smooth sailing. Everybody comes and agrees, and boom, it's over. No, the US one was actually very, very, very contentious, and I mean so contentious it was not even funny, because you had at the federal level those who actually believed in federalism, that is a strong federal government, and then you had we call them the federalists, and then you had the anti-federalists, people who believed in, you hear those debates up to now these days, states' rights, all this nonsense that Republicans tend to talk about. These are from back in those days when they were trying to build the Constitution, even the bicameral system that they have, the house, the two houses, even that was a very contentious issue. You had people who had a lobby. I mean, the Federalist Papers, I'm sure you hear about it. This was written by John Jay, James Madison, and others, trying to influence the process by writing in news articles and trying to espouse for this federalism and all these things. I mean, states, when it even went to the state level to ratify it, it was another very, very, very contentious issue. It took many, many years to actually be able to get this thing done. And because in the beginning, to begin with, when they sat down to write the Constitution, they were not sitting down. That was not the plan at all. That just happened to come by the way. The Articles of Confederation was what they sat down to make adjustments to, because the one they had was not helping with running the country. So they said, okay, this Article of Confederation, let's go back and tweak it so that we can manage the country better. And then during the course of that conversation was when I guess somebody said, hey, why don't we just write a constitution if that's what it is? And then so they went about writing a constitution, not knowing the treacherous road that they were about to fly on. And it was a very, very nasty, contentious affair from their level. When they went to the states to get the states to ratify it, you had some who wanted to maintain slavery. Even the language itself about black people, I mean, we are considered numerically only to be considered two-thirds, person, and not in real personal, but by number times. I'm sorry, here.
Zoom into the draft. Zoom into the draft. Yeah. Our situation. I get the what America went through. You're saying that it's a contentious issue. People are going to have different positions. But knowing what we know, we had the 2020 and it failed. And here we have the government went ahead, make their amendments, and people are up in roar. The process, lack of consultation. What's your take? Is this thing salvageable?
No, that's what I'm saying. No, what I'm saying is that's why I started the American experience. This is exactly how constitutional building processes go. The government, you said, went about writing their own thing or making their own adjustments without consultation. Now they came to the public and the public is up and raw about it. This is exactly what happened with the US one. When these folks went about writing the Constitution, when they went to the states level, the states are like, is this what you want us to ratify? Seriously? Are you guys joking? And so Gambians too are reacting the same way towards the government or the draft that they are floating around, because some will say, well, you didn't consult us. Some will say, in fact, you took out a lot from the other one. Some will say, what the very provision, you seem to have changed it. Some will, so all these issues that we are dealing with, I'm trying to say that let Gambians understand that constitutional building processes go like this. So let everybody raise their voices, continue to make some noise, and so that we can all sit down at some point and see how we can build compromise, because it has to come out of that kind of process where compromises have to be made. US one was a big compromise, like I told you, even about slavery, even the Bill of Rights, to put it in the Constitution was forced by the states, because they were saying, look, you are giving us a strong federal government and there is no individual rights that is being recognized here. This is all about government's power. We want the individual rights. Then they, as a compromise, they came up with the Bill of Rights. That's how the Bill of Rights came about. So Gambia too, all I'm saying is the government came out with this draft. Okay, fine. Now let's make noise. Let's make sure that the changes that we want to see in it to perfect it, we make that noise and influence the process, and not and even the threats that are coming out. That's all good. People say we got to gut it if you don't make these changes. If you do this, we are not going to accept it. This is all okay. I think at the end of the day, we can at least sit down, the government recognizing that there are a lot of people or constituencies who have a serious problem with the draft as it is. for those people also, all folks also understanding that the government too has an interest in this, because they are the draft leader, basically the ones pushing the thing anyway. In the end, it's going to become the constitution of the people. So that means broader consultation, sitting down and seeing where compromises can be made, because nobody is going to get it all. Just like the U.S. Constitution, they didn't get it all. In fact, they went about with 27 amendments since when it was ratified, was what has been made so far. All of that to go back and say, okay, I know they agreed to this before, let's see how we can make it better. So this is the point, to really look at it and sit down and discuss it. I hope that civil conversation will take place at some point, not people just saying it's a zero-sum game. I get everything I want, or we are not going to accept it. It cannot go like that. We all have to understand that constitutions always come out of a negotiation process, always, in any country.
Pop Samba.
Baka,
Mm-hmm.
you've come here, showed us that you are a law student, have read and all that stuff. You know, you're practicing on us. But here is the thing, Baka.
Yeah.
Yes, it's not a zero-sum game. It would come from a very contentious issue. You mentioned the U.S. Constitution, which they started writing in 1787. You
Right.
know, of course, to get it to be ratified by the 13 states, they needed to have 9. And the ratification happened, you know, by 1889 to coming. Even the amendments, the Bill of Rights, the amendments did not come in until December 15th, 1791.
Right. Yeah.
And then so, but here is the issue though, Banker. And this is where the difference is. The United States did not fight their revolution based on having a better constitution. Their initial thing was to liberate themselves from British colonial rule in the Gambia. And this is where sometimes, this is where we have to put this thing in its proper perspective. During our fight, in fact, the very essence of the creation of what was the name? Coalition 26. There was a name for it. Coalition for opposition. This thing for electoral reform. You know, the objective was first, let's have electoral reform. Second, we needed a new constitution that would end, again, they've emphasized it so many times, self-perpetuating rule.
Right.
And this was why, when they went to that convention, the primary thing about it was, how do we come up with a new constitution? Because how many would end all these problems that we've had before. And this is where President Barrow and his people, we understand the difficulties of writing constitution, but you cannot start it from a very dishonest point of view in itself, and selfishness, looking at what is in it for me. Because in fact, what you say, the zero-sum game, that's what Barrow gave us the first time around. Because since he didn't have everything he wanted, he was ready to just say, you know what, to hell with it. You and I and Musa Jeng were on the phone with Ahmad Ba the night before the voting of this thing. And we all heard what he told us. We knew before most people that it was not going to pass. They were adamant. And the issue centered around the presidential powers and this retroactive clause and all that. For somebody who came and told us that, oh, I was going to be for 3 years, 3 years, but 10 years, then what are you doing with them? But even with this, the issue that we're running into, and if you just want to, we have to be very careful. We've seen Senegal so many times in flames based on ambiguity on these term limits. When Wada relied on technicalities to run for a third term, it did not end very well for Senegal. He lost. When Macky did the constitutional amendment and then wanted to rely on technicalities to run for a third term, it did not go well for Senegal. And this is where I believe the starting point is for the government to be very clear with the Gambian people, especially Adama Barrow, as to what he intends to do and where he wants to lead this. Because at the end of the day, nobody fancies the 1997 Constitution. Like I was saying, Banker, you are a law student now, you use it. There is a great chance that you may not even know the accurate, they will tell you. You ask most of the lawyers, they cannot even tell you the proper constitution that is in circulation in that country. Most people don't know it. So again, all these things, Musa, is Ansarian and said, Jawfarama Jawhor, is for the government to do right by the people. We should not be having this problem here. And Musa, and I have to stick to this again. It is outright greed that has put us in this problem. Barrow is not looking for a perfect constitution. His cabinet are not looking for a perfect constitution. They are looking for a constitution that caters to their needs right now. They do not care about what happens tomorrow or the day after. And this is where the problem is. This whole ambiguity that surrounds it. Look at even the gazetting of this draft. They had the draft there. They did not take it anywhere. They went to Parliament. He made all this lofty arguments about drafting it, or gazetting it. Was it gazetted? No. And the very essence of gazetting is just so that for the citizens to be able to scrutinize a bill that is supposed to go to Parliament. That's what it is. Before we had this, it used to be published by the newspapers and all. That's just what the objective is.
So, Coach, I mean, I think most of us are saying this thing, and that is, the process is flawed. It's horrible. They is greedy. They went in there and basically look at the things that they wanted to change to straighten the president's hand. We are where we are. How do we move forward? What is there? What are the options? What do we need to do? Should we rely on the National Assembly to fix it? So we would have a mass mobilization and tell them, you know what? We're not going with this. What is there that needs to be done? Because without a doubt, the 1997 Constitution, the dictatorship legacy, is still hanging over us. And that needs to change. I mean, amendments are the amendments.
And Musa, I hear what you're saying. And unfortunately,
when I talk like that, you have some idiots saying, "Oh, this guy is a tribalist." You have some idiots saying, "Oh, this guy is this guy is that." We're talking about a platform. We come here every Sunday to speak our mind and call things for what they are. We're getting distracted by non-entities, and I'm just human. You know what I mean? I am just human. I listen to people. I told you when it first came out, Sarian, my first statement was, I don't want this thing to be derailed, just like it was derailed back in 2020. Because then it didn't even get to the second reading. Everybody take their position, 10 hard line. Duma defli, kine duma defli. We ended up with nothing but zero. We went into 2021 and Barrow won the election. The rest is history. What I'm trying to avoid is, how do we change that? That we don't keep tefi. There is no compromise. At the end of the day, it's not even going to pass. We're going to go into 2026 under the 1997 Constitution. And I can guarantee you, it will be an uphill battle to bring about change. And another thing that I want said to comment on Banka, it will not take time, because when Gambians believe that there is no way for change, I'm telling you, the security people will, just like what happened in Burkina Faso, what happened in Mali, what happened in Guinea-Conakry, if there is no way out for change, people take things into their own hands, and our democracy will be in jeopardy. Till the cows come home. But that, to me, that's what I want to prevent, and that's what's driving me. At the end of the day, it's sausage making. There is going to be a compromise. Call it for whatever you want to call it. But man, non la ko gisee.
And most man nga laajoon question is who nekk jala nga wasi set mati.
Because some people just frustrate the hell out of you sometimes.
No, why man, take some nana some tea bang and coffee.
We've been doing this past summer for 10 years. You
know what is it?
Faramos. Nanal Dohbi. Oh, Coach, we are hearing you loud and clear.
Are you guys hearing me?
No, we're hearing you. I can hear you.
Hello?
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. Musa, okay. You can hear him, right?
Now, here is the thing, Musa. Like I was saying, at the end of the day, I agree with you. We have to find a way this thing work, because we need a constitution. Now, it would take making, like Karamba would say, where we'll
all have to agree to disagree.
I believe that we cannot rely on just leaving it to the National Assembly. No, that I think that will be a huge mistake. Because at the end of the day, they would be the one who should make the changes. But what needs to happen was, first, we engage them. Second, civil society must be very engaged. I'm not talking about saying conference directly. They must be very, very proactive in making sure this happens. And third would be, if it's necessary, mass mobilization to tell the people that, you know what, we want a constitution finally that can survive. Like I said, Musa, otherwise this might pass. And you know what? It has no chance in passing anyway without compromise. Because there is no party that has 75% of the votes.
Exactly.
So they should be compromised. So maybe it is important for all of us. You know, these arguments too are important, because at the end of the day, the citizens must always show those who govern them that, you know what, we do not like where you're taking us. Okay? But I think all democratic options should be on the table. Mass mobilization, civic engagement, and all that. That's just what it is. Advocacy, agitation, you want to call it that. Now the government will come and use all these words, try to discourage people from doing what they can do. But at the end of the day, the cabinet has had their say. Now it is our time to have our say. They've had their say. They've shown us who they are. We are telling them we are the ones who put you there. Without us, you will not be there. This is a time for citizens to stand up and make sure that for once we have a government that respects us. And for one, we have a government that writes a constitution that is for us and not for them. Jammeh did everything with the 1997 constitution for him. Adam Barrow has shown that without what he wants, he derailed the first one. The second one is like, I'm giving you now, give me a constitution that I want, not a good constitution that the African Gambians want. This nonsense has to stop, and we, the people, must make it stop. They've had their say. It is our time.
But let me put it this way. We want a constitution that is for them and for us, for everybody. Because at the end of the day, we had the Constitutional Review Commission around. We had this conversation before. We need to go back and look at the Constitution is for in the first place. Constitutions are for only one thing and one thing alone. They are supposed to serve as a bulwark against the excesses of the democracy. You know, democracy, people tend to say democracy, but democracy has some serious limitations, very, very serious limitations. Key among which obviously is the tyranny of the majority, because it's majority rule. We are saying, hey, if I know that you, Coach Musa and Sariang, all on my side, and Ibrahim comes along, wants a proposal on the table, all I have to say is, hey, let's vote. And then suddenly Ibrahim's voice is never heard. Constitutions came to actually address such, because democracy has serious problems in terms of minority rights, people whose opinions should matter, but they are not because of some connection, or because of they don't have the power, because they are not rich, because they don't have the numbers behind them. The Constitution came to equalize that whole thing. That's why they call it the great equalizer, because it creates equality among everybody, whether you are a majority, minority, whether you are rich, whether you are poor, whether you are sick, whether you are healthy, whether you are good at this, or whether you are poor not good at this. The Constitution comes to say, look, we are all equal under the law. All equal under the law. So at the end of the day, no matter who you are, the Constitution is the one that makes us all equal. This is what the Constitution is for. If once you don't achieve that objective, then you have failed in the constitutional building process. So, but unfortunately, what is equal to Coach is unequal to another person. What is just to Coach is unjust to another person. So in the end, with that kind of disagreement among a population, a sit down to really consult. So what I would suggest right now is that the parliament, because since it's going to the parliament now, the parliament should have a set up, obviously, a committee, and then carry out a consultative process. Meaning what? Let them bring the civil society, bring the regular people on the streets, the food sellers at the market, the women's groups, the minorities, the Akus and the Jolas and others that are pretty much in the minority. all the other groups, I mean, Christians, everybody that is in the minority, people in the majority, everyone from every sector, political parties, all of these stakeholders, bring all of them to the table and say, okay, here's the draft. What do we do to make it better? And of course, even at that point, there'll be a lot of joking, but at least a conversation would have started from there. Because in the end, let's all remember, it's 75% of the population have to ratify this. That's what has to happen. Two-thirds majority. So in the end, if you don't have a buy-in from that population, then this is basically the fruitless exercise. You are just doing it for the heck of it. So I think it's important for the government, the Minister of Justice, the Attorney General at this point, to really make sure that he pushes it in that direction in consultation with the Parliament, and then let them start to really look at how do we make this a process where people take ownership of it. Because the people's document, it belongs to the people. That's why at the beginning of the constitution, they say, we the people. In the end, it's about them, us as a people, whether including government, the regular people, the civil society, everybody. So I think that's where it needs to start from at this point. If that does not happen, then there will be a serious problem. I hear a lot about things taken out from the draft that was presented before and things that are put in and all that kind of stuff. But all of these things can become clear and a discussion can take place around them so that in the end, we can have a document of the people. This is where I want to see go. But they all travel, don't pay them any mind. Little minds, what do they do? People who, no,
at some point, when you don't deal with it, no, believe me, at some point, when you don't deal with it, there are a lot of people that...
Mos, are you muted? Mos, I'm not hearing you. Are you muted?
Musa. Musa. Faramos.
Can you guys hear me? No?
Faramos.
Yes.
We can hear you, Faramos.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay. Now, Seth, go ahead, because Musa, I wanted to respond. Give me a chance to respond to that. Seth, go ahead.
Seth, I really wanted to talk about, again, I know we're hot, but at the end of the day, too, we want to have a new constitution. And seriously, looking at the reaction, I'm looking at this and I'm trying to see, is there a pathway? Is it even possible? And then what is the role of the Attorney General? Because, Montamit, you can't just put this out there. Is it possible for him to yank it out and bring back the 2020? Is that even possible?
I don't know in terms of the legality or in terms of what is possible or not possible, but sometimes I feel that we things are not being done in in a vacuum. Like we are being conditioned, by the existing constitution, but also by certain considerations. So, for me, this one I will not even be engaging the Ministry of Justice, because this one I will just say is a cabinet position, is a cabinet decision, is cabinet that brought it to. Of course, he's the cabinet. But I don't think rectify all that. But then for me, the other issue is this. We are here. Hang on, man. If you ask me. What I like to do usually, wherever there is blockades, I always try to see what are the opportunities. What opportunities can we have, and whether we can even try these opportunities. And I had Coach and many talk about the need to take up the document. For me, the issue is like now as it is, we have to. It's a draft. It's already started the process of coming to the National Assembly. It will get to the National Assembly. It will be discussed by the National Assembly. But then for us, within this period, whether you are in the diaspora, whether you are here, how can we organize ourselves? Not in the, because eventually, National Assembly members themselves, they have to consult with their own constituencies. How do we ensure, like what happened the last time, where I was in Parliament and parliamentarians come and say, "Oh, my people this, my people that," and I was wondering, like, I'm part of the people. So how do we ensure that the people from the onset, one, understand what the changes are, because that's the starting point of getting this conversation moving. What are these changes? Why is it different from the first one? Because the first one, everybody know that that was drafted by the CRC, and so therefore from the basis, from the get-go, this has to be explained. And I think for me, that's where also that's where I think the Ministry of Justice can come if they have an understanding on that. But I will not go into say, oh, they are responsible entirely, even though they are responsible for drafting. But this is more like a cabinet, because cabinet sat over this and then they come up with it, and they're presenting this to us. But for us at the level of civil society, I mean, and recently for us we have like a £30,000 funding from the British High Commission, because what we were anticipating was that when the constitutional process come out, we want to engage the public. So part of our design strategy is to like have a 6 months radio program engagement where we go, thematically in terms of what the Constitution is saying with legal experts in the local languages to explain to the people, eventually, as part of a process to, one, help them understand what the content is saying, but also secondly, prepare them ahead of referendum if we get there. But even if we don't get there, our intention is to ensure that we help people to understand these different processes. And for me, I think that's where the role of civil society is going to be. How do we create these platforms for engagement? But it shouldn't be, constitutional making is not just the role of civil society or political actors, but everybody. You are in your own corner, you're on social media, you're engaging, you have your friends, you can organize it like a Zoom or some sort of meeting, and then you present it, you discuss it as in a sort of a group, as sort of citizen assemblies, and then you make your recommendations, and then you forward it to your National Assembly member or to civil society groups, so that during the conversation, some of these things could be forwarded. I think at this minute, the other day at the Gambia Participate event, I asked this question: why is it that during the independence period, and at independence in 1965, we know that we had an independent constitution, but at that time, if you're looking at the history of this country, polarization at that time was so huge. This country was so divided, but the independent leaders at all the political parties, they came together and formed one coalition basically, so that the Gambia could get independence. Can we learn from that particular experience and lesson? Despite all what has happened so far, to see how we can build it forward. And but the other question that I also keep asking them was, looking at that time where they made the 1965 Constitution and even the 1970 Republican Constitution, Gambians were not so educated. The educational level or the number of Gambians that were educated compared to now is totally different. Today, Gambians are so educated. That's why it didn't take even a whole day before people could detect. And of course, with the use of technology, people could detect all the changes that have, been established within the document. How is it that we, as a highly educated society, well-exposed society, better off society to an extent, we are not being able to, use dialogue or engagement as a mechanism to advance some of these, national issues, because constitutional making is national issue. Those that are proposing can propose it anyhow, but it's up to us to accept it. And our representatives are there to discuss on our behalf. We are there also to engage with them. Can we continue to engage with them? For me, as a civil society, this is the approach that I will say. Let's perhaps follow it through Parliament, but eventually also people will look at it as a waste of time. That maybe it can get to Parliament and it's just history, and so it's better not to waste people's time and then just remove it, and so that it could be retracted. But so these are also issues or decisions that could be made through constitutional dialogues, the citizens at the local level, community level, bantabas, and you don't need civil society to come there to say, okay, let's discuss about this provision. Like for instance, the farmers. I was very much interested in that provision. This morning I went to say, oh, okay, maybe they have, cut that part of the farmers where it was the 2020 draft was talking about the need to consult farmers when it comes to engagement, but I didn't see anything being done on that. So these different sectoral groups also need to sit to discuss about these issues. And at the end of the day, whether we pass it is or I think we still have an opportunity to look into it. And I think from my perspective as civil society, this is what I'm going to say. Let's go and meet within the parliament, but have discussion outside. And for us, one of our projects will be doing that. And we'll try to digitalize it in a way where people can easily, send in comments and do things that they could do so that we can be engaging in the process. And as much as possible, try to, avoid this whole fragmentation, because in the past, that was the lesson that I learned, that, okay, the Christians will come here, the Muslims come there, the parties, political parties, this political party, that. Me, I don't care about any of these such groupings. Me, I care about a Gambia, and Gambia encompasses all of these different entities and individuals. And so at some point, we need to be more making of a constitution for Gambia. How do we, think about that? For me, is the way forward, but not just to focus on some of the issues that happened in the past. And I think there's lessons out of that we can address that. But what are the dangers of us not getting a constitution or a delayed process? Today in this country, Gambia, we are so unfair to so many institutions, and I'm going to pick the security institutions, looking at of course, one can say is the laws and all those different stuff, the acts. But you look at the colonial, we always focus on the 1997, is a German stuff. But the structure of our society is colonial still. And people still do not see that. We have not moved to that extent. Some of our institutions are colonial institutions, still set up within the colonial framework. The police, in particular, you have the fair service. And sometimes that's why I'm not so hard on this, because you cannot expect to live in a democratic society or expect democracy, the benefit of democracy, when your society is more dictatorial in terms of structure and all that. And these are part of the questions and conversations that we need to look at. And for me, that's why also the issue of decentralization is very critical, because decentralization allows power to move from the center and get to the people. But now, what we are seeing with this current draft is that they want everything to go back to the center. It's mean you're taking me back to the colonial period. And for me, the issue is for this country to move democratically, to move economically, to move, socially. We need to move beyond all these different fragmentations and start thinking, in terms of 50, 100 years, what would our great grandkids, what kind of society would they want to inherit? For me, that's the kind of conversation that we need to shape, but not to be just so myopic and for cabinet to feel like they have to, be too powerful and and say, okay, this is what we have to do today. But we need to think about the future, and the only way we can do that is to start it at the village level. Villagers say, village, let them have a village meeting, organize the constitution, because eventually the constitution will affect them. Let them sit around village, organize their bantabas. At least every village you have somebody that can read and write. Let them facilitate. And through that process, that's how you build a citizen movement. And all those things that we have, every village, every community, if they start bringing in their position, we can compile all that. For us, civil society will be very happy to put all that together. And then we dump it at parliament and say, well, this is what people are saying. And for me, that's the mechanism that has to be that has to be followed. I'm just talking because we're at a point where is frustrating on one hand, but it's also another opportunity on the other side. And it's like two roads not taken or two roads divided, and we need to take one. I mean, we can take the one way, which we say we end it and start fresh, and another way we say let's take this as a first step, and then we build on that. And for me, I mean, based on my background, I'm going to take the second one because given the 4 years and all that, but we build it in a way that it reflects the wishes of the people. And eventually, if we cannot get that, the people will eventually decide and they can reject it. So for me, usually, people also need to understand the power that they have. That this is not just going to be an imposition, or otherwise it will not go to parliament, it will not require 75%. So if you are not being involved, if you are not part of it, which of course, as many are saying, is the intention, it looks like the intention of the government, but for the people, we also need to take that opportunity to say, I mean, well, this is what you propose, but this is what we want. if you don't give us what we want, I mean, we don't go with it. For me, I think you know, in a
Furthermore,
Yeah.
Said,
can
give me
I
a
jump in there?
second, Bunker.
Huh?
Okay,
Bunker, I
go
wanted
ahead,
to
Charlie.
add. Yeah,
Sorry,
I
go ahead.
want to add one thing to, and Musa asked this question, and I think it's really good to have a conversation. And what Sate highlighted, instead of the Barrow Dowda Jallo draft constitution, I mean, all the things that Sate just highlighted, that is part of the process of CRC 2020 draft. There are key ingredients in there. I mean, there are things that we cannot compromise. I think the conversation should be, at least, because this one right here, I mean, the public sentiment, obviously, people are pushing back because, number one, the lack of transparency and lack of exhaustive consultation process that it's lacking in tabling it and making those changes behind the scene. People felt that they don't have input. So I think where the conversation needs to, what would it take? What would it take to bring back the 2020 draft? Things that are within the 2020 draft that create a little bit of skimminess or disagreement. We work on that. And I think this is where the civil societies, you know, the political parties, and they have this group called, which brings the inter-party committee. They come out there. I think they are very, very critical to say, hey, here is 3 things that we have right now. This is what we have. 1997 Constitution, 2020, and the current draft by Dowda and Barrow. Now, we have to strike a balance. We all not going to have everything in this single constitution. That's just a fact. I don't know who wants it. We're not going to have it. So now, what can we compromise on? I mean, would that retroactive clause make you say, I'm going to diss this one? The 2020, when it's all inclusive, there's a lot of things, great things in there. Are we able to compromise on something and say, this is what we want, let's make amendments and pass it? Or we want this and we're going to reject it and go back to ground zero. And I think this is where the conversation, because before spending money, these folks travel. They travel in the villages. They had conversation. They had public community meetings. They came overseas. They talked to us. People provide input. That input, which becomes the final document of 2020 draft, is the will and input from Gambians around the world and within Gambia. And I think that should be upheld. And if there is something that he like things that we are all like hot about, these are ingredients of people based on the exposure they had over 22 years. So 72 hours versus 48 hours. People don't want to be exposed. They don't want to be kept incommunicado without knowing their right to the police. We've endured that for 22 years. We fought for it. We show up at protests. We say Jammeh is a dictator. So that underlying pinnacle, that principle right there, saying, how do we change that stuff, right? Let's look at those and change that. And I think if we do, I think we'll end up getting a great constitution that works out for everyone, right? Not just the middle, but we have to strike this. And the leadership has to start with the president and say, hey, what can we do? I know there is a pushback on this one. Now, let's bring order and decorum and have a good conversation, heart-to-heart conversation. Everyone is not going to have everything that they want. We know that. That's not how things work. But at least we can pin onto what majority wants, the popular clauses within the Constitution. And it seems like the ones that have been deleted, a lot of people love those clauses. And you don't just impose upon people. You gauge and somehow do some type of triangulation and figure out what is the most popular ones that I can get majority to support what I have. And you work your way out and trying to roll out a compromise. And if not, we're going to sit here and talk about it. But I think the whole thing starts with, what do we have? We have a 1997. We have a middle one, which is CRC 2020. And we have the 2024 draft. So which one is better? Which actually convey the aspiration and hopes of our Gambia and what we've been fighting for prior to 2026, and how can we uphold that? And I think the conversation needs to be driven around that, and hopefully, we can come to a compromise.
That's
for me, everything.
It looks like we are all beating a dead horse. What I've said, what Said Matijau said, and what Coach said, what Musa said, it's all the same. We are not even in any disagreement here. I think we are literally all pounding on the same issue. Where I think the conversation needs to graduate into is not to really sit here and just have about, this will require compromise, we must compromise. You see, these divisions that we are seeing are normal in a constitutional building process. What we need to really discuss now is how do we bring all the stakeholders together to really bring about that compromise that we are talking about. The conversation needs to be heavy on the how, on that aspect, rather than the need for it, because I think the need for it is already a foregone conclusion. Anybody who sits here thinking that this is not something that is normal, it's very, very normal. When it first came out, some were saying we're going to trash it, we're going to accept it, which is fine. That's what people do when constitutions are being discussed. Some will take hardline positions, some will insist on this, some will insist on that. But at the end of the day, we all come to recognize that since we are a country of the people, all of us together, we need to sit down then devise a strategy to bring all of us together to discuss the differences and then build a compromise. Now, that discussion right there, I hope Father Mose and Coach and Sarian, moving forward, the conversation is going to be about, okay, how do we really get everybody in the country to sit down, all the stakeholders, all the different constituencies, all the different interest groups, all the different facets, to really sit down in one room and discuss this. This is where I disagree with my good friend Said. Not to necessarily go out around the country and talk to the farmers and then bring it. No. Let the farmers be at the table, because that's where we are now. A draft is already on the table. We have gone past the consult, that CRC stage now. We've gone past that. What needs to happen now is to really bring people, those farmers, to the table in combo and say, okay, here's the draft now. This is what we have. How do we make it better? This is where we are right now. Maybe State and the rest of the groups can...
not to interject. What draft are you talking about? Because are you talking about the current 2024 or... Because you got to understand, the 2020 was the one that was widely consulted with the farmers, with the welders, with the teachers, with everybody. So now if you want to bring back this 2024 and say, consult them again, I don't know how that is.
Yes, exactly. That's very good. That's a very good question. At least you understand the how. I agree. I like that question. Yeah. The point is, you cannot discuss the 2024 constitution without discussing the 2020 draft. You cannot. So I call the constitution, but it's the draft. Let me rectify that. Words have meaning in law. You cannot, the proposed draft, let me put it that way. You cannot discuss the 2024 proposed draft without discussing the 2020 proposed draft. It's not even possible. So it's not, I don't think that's we have to kind of get bogged down in which one do we really are we going to discuss. You better be sure that when you put that 2024 proposed draft on the table, people are going to come in there with the 2020 proposed draft saying, what did you do here? Why did you change this? What about this? What about that? And that's just a foregone conclusion. It's just going to happen that way. You know that, and I know that. That's why even yourself, the moment you raise this one, you cannot help but go back to the other one and say, they took stuff out of the other one, they changed that one, they did this. So, and that's the conversation that we need. Where now, how do we facilitate and say, maybe that's where you all come in. Civil society. You guys have funding agencies that you can contact to really bring everybody, not to go to the farmers again and consult and see what they want. No. Let's not prolong this process or make it into layers. No. Government also says stakeholders.
But there's already, I think there's so there are two things. Whether you go to the people now, you have to go back to them. So that's why
when you go, let me interject there. Yeah. If you don't mind. Eventually you're going to go back to the people for a referendum anyway. But what I am saying is, at this point right now, the drafts, the proposed drafts that we are talking about, when those are put on the table, Let the farmers be sitting there. Well, not all the farmers, but you get my point. Let the farmers be sitting there. Let all these other stakeholders be sitting there, really in a bid to see how do we make this into what we are really, really looking for. And then that whatever that represents, I would hope that if it goes out there to the real world, the world of the people, then which will be the referendum stage, of course, then they will be more inclined to say, okay, let's go ahead and maybe give this a chance because it has something in it for us.
Yeah. So right now, you know, as it is, so this bill is not released for us to have our say or to have input. It is released for it to go to Parliament, and it is on its way to Parliament. You know, as I'm saying, and that's where the issue is. But from now until it gets to Parliament, or even where it is in Parliament, when it is in Parliament, you require the public consultation, people, because why you need to consult the public is not just about for people to know, but it's also for people to say, to follow the process, but also to know what their representatives are doing, whether it is in line with what they also you know, expect or want them to do. Because it is usually very easy for representatives to come to Parliament and say, I consulted my people, this is what they say, and you know, sometimes, you know, if you ask the people, their aspiration and what their representative are saying is totally different. And I agree.
And that's not even what I'm saying, but go ahead and finish.
Where the role of civil society comes in. How do you facilitate and support these processes where, you know, those things have to be there? But what we get right now is also you know, a draft where, you know, people are trying to digest. It's something that people are trying to digest. What is inside? What is not inside? Do you agree with it? Don't you agree with it? And I'm happy that Madi is here, because Madi himself has been proposing, you know, one particular approach, which is more like citizen assemblies, which I feel also needs to be, you know, to be looked at to a certain extent, but how to integrate it widely would be problematic. But there is the bottom line is whether the whole of the 2020 draft reintroduced as it was, it will create conversation. Just like whether they touch it, it also will create conversation. But at the end of the day, what is important is all what we are saying in terms of the consultation. For me, the consultation should not be just to pick few individuals, normal faces. It should be bottom up. It should start from the communities. In every community, there are village development committees. And this current draft affects especially with
but
the
issue say not to cut you there. If you start to go that,
let me finish. You see, what I don't want us to do is also for us like to, because right now we are complaining that there's a capturing of the whole process by cabinet. If we limit it also bringing people here, we'll be accused of that same process. But at the community level, every community you have village development committee. There are village development committees. You know, can they start the conversation at that level? To what extent? How is this particular proposed bill? How is it going to affect their own communities? For me, these are the kind of questions that people need to be asking. And for us, these are the things that we need to start pushing to the community. If we are going with the option of, you know,
but say that has already been done before.
No, that was done on the 2020 draft. This is a new one.
Yeah, I understand that. It's not a new one per se. They took stuff out and made changes that most people don't appreciate, and I understand that part. But what I'm trying to say is,
but most of these changes were also opposed.
Yes,
so,
I agree.
Most of the things that were in the draft are things that the Constitutional Review Commission said it should be there because people said they wanted to have it there.
I agree with you.
For them, they don't want that. They remove that. So for me,
I agree with you.
Since they don't, they need to go back to the people.
No, I agree with you. What I'm saying is, no, say it. I agree with you. But what I'm trying to say is this: that where we are at this point right now is that we have a Constitutional Review Commission that came with a proposed draft. You already said that, and we all agree with that, and we are all on the same page on that. The government went back and took that the same proposed draft and made changes to it, adding stuff and deleting stuff and all that kind of stuff that many people don't appreciate, and rightfully so. What I am saying is that when you bring representatives from around the country, in the same room, around the table, and say, okay, here's it. Like I was just telling Musa, here is the 2024 proposed draft. Well, those people are going to come with the 2020 proposed draft. Even civil society, I'm sure, will come with it, the 2021, and say, why did you take this out? Why did you? And then the conversation really is going to take place around the 2024 draft in that regard. When that happens, whatever comes out of consultation, we will
Maka,
also
I get your
will
point.
reflect.
What I'm trying to
Let's get Brother Madi. Madi
Yeah, is Madi here too? Okay, okay. Let me,
Yeah,
Madi.
Madi just
you know,
joined.
I'm speaking from a civil society. You know,
Right.
can I conclude this part? You know, I'm not disagreeing with what you were saying, but I'm saying that you know, for if it was a bill like a normal bill, I would say, you know, let's bring in people and say let's consult them for those kind of stuff. But we are talking about a constitution. You know, for me, like that's why I'm trying to separate the conversation, because a constitution, you know, for me, I see it is at the you know, it's a different level. Because eventually, who are these people that you know? Because eventually you have to say what you are proposing. You'll get delegates and all those different stuff. To what extent these delegates will represent the people that will send them and all those different stuff will be another issue. But I'm gonna keep quiet so that Madi can discuss this issue, because this is his
Brother
area.
Madi.
Brother
Madi, we are at the cul-de-sac. 4 years ago we went through this and we know what happened. We're back to square one. Where do we go from here? We need help. We need a Messiah or something. Brother Madi.
Thank you. Great to be here. Nice to see you, Banker. You know.
Nice to see you too. It's been a while.
You know, yes, Sid and our hope. You know, so if we can get solution from Sid, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, once again, sorry, and yeah, Musa, it's great to be here on this very important topic. You know, I'm having mixed feelings, trying to figure out, in fact, where to start, because the task we have is very easy, provided certain things are, we recognize certain things, but also it's very difficult because if you want to make it difficult, as this government has made it very difficult for us, we have to remember that in the first place, candidate Barrow in 2026 in his manifesto has highlighted a new constitution as one of the objectives when they came to power. And indeed, they did set up a CRC Act in 2017. 2016, yeah. But I mean, when they took office, they created what is called the CRC Act, Constitutional Review Commission Act, and the 1997 Constitution is very clear. I mean, in the TRRC, the testimonies from lawyers like Gay So have highlighted, and then a charm, the inadequacies, of that constitution. So there's no doubt that we need a new constitution. The 2020 draft, I think it was a wonderful draft. The fears and the concerns expressed at the time, particularly by individuals, religious groups, Muslim and Christian, I think are baseless. It's either out of ignorance or people are just generating imaginary fears on themselves, so that that aside, we saw how this president woefully failed to defend something that he initiated himself, and and so we got to this point, and after having spent that much money and so much time, you now bring us this draft 2024, which in some instances is even worse than the 1997 constitution, in the way they have diluted checks and balances, they have diluted human rights standards, they have diluted governance standards generally, and heaped so much power in the hands of the executive, the president in particular, which is a real cause for concern for me. And above all, which I will deal with tomorrow in an article I'm writing, on the issue of term limit. People need to go back to read that provision, which the way it is crafted is already crafted to create a turmoil in future. That that provision is a crisis in waiting, because the same kind of structure that we saw what depend on, that we saw Macky Sall depend on, that we saw Ouattara depend on, plunging their countries into turmoil, wasting so many lives. And this government, again, this cabinet, refusing to deal with the issue of term limits, particularly when that term limit begins, crafted a provision that only tells us who is the first president of the first republic or the third republic, which is not a brainer at all. You know, if you have a new constitution, certainly the president sitting at the time would be considered the first president of the third republic.
Correct.
So that is not an issue. So that at the end of the day, I follow the conversation. There are two things. Barrow, if he's aware, you know, of the responsibility in his hands, if he's aware and care about legacy, if he's aware of the future stability, the development, you know, the transformation of the government into a modern, democratic, civilized state, here it is for him to take advantage after having, you know, betrayed that, you know, obligation since 2020. All right. So that for the cabinet to sit down and craft this, what they consider to be a constitution, you know, is most unfortunate. And, you know, so the issue is, what do they want? What kind of government do they want as a body? That is basically it. And I think we as intellectuals, journalists, activists, and everyone else need to call this spade a spade. That you know, we have a cabinet that practically wants to derail the country, that practically wants to keep the country in backwardness, that practically wants to keep the country or transform the country into a dictatorship by looking at the provisions that are in the 2024 draft. Now, going forward, you know, since 2018 or 17, when this CRC Act was done, I had said the CRC Act is a disaster in itself, all right? Because in the Act, when you go back to the CRC Act, you will not see in clear terms how are we going to get a new constitution. The most important part, they put it in what they call miscellaneous provisions, that the CRC would submit to the president, and the president would submit it to the National Assembly untouched, and then full stop. What is National Assembly going to do with it? How? That isn't spelled out. Now, the idea of submitting a constitution to the National Assembly, I had said it at the time, that is wrong. You know, the executive and the legislature are not the bodies to write a constitution for the people of a country. It is the people of the country who should write their constitution, because the constitution is their opinion about how they should run themselves. So that what the executive should do and the legislature is to facilitate that process by ensuring that the power, the ability, the freedom is with the people to you know, generate their own opinions, to put it in a document as a draft and send it back to the people to go to a referendum. All right. Now they failed to do that, and then they, you know, depended on the 1997 Constitution to want to create a new constitution, which in itself is unconstitutional, because the 1997 Constitution, like any national constitution, has no provision to repeal itself. Under Section 226 of the 1997 Constitution, all the provisions I are talking about is about how do you amend the 1997 Constitution, either by, you know, repealing certain provisions or changing provisions and so on. But there's no provision that talks about repealing 1997 Constitution. Therefore, if you want to depend on the 1997 Constitution to repeal the 1997 Constitution, by the standards of 1997 Constitution itself, that is unconstitutional. And what is going to be even more dangerous is to say you are going to create the Constitution into a promulgation bill and submit it to the Parliament for Parliament to decide, so that eventually they come with a product for referendum. Now, anything that goes into the Parliament is going to be captured by political parties, by politicians. So there'll be party capture. So if you could recall, in 2020, I was one of the voices that were telling the MPs, don't touch our constitution. All right. just pass it on so that it goes to the IEC. We have a referendum on it. Gambians decide. But they submitted to the parliament. And so I wasn't surprised in 2020 when it did not pass. And rightly so, because if you submit something to the parliamentarians to go and decide, that's what they will decide. Now, if we come back to 2024 and we want to take the same route, I have no doubts that this bill, promulgation bill, if it gets back to the parliament, it is going to collapse again. So the way forward really is for somebody to tell Barrow and his Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Dauda Jallow, and the entire cabinet, that if you truly want to build a constitution for this country, there's a different process we need to take. And that is, how do we establish somebody, a body, an entity, you can call it Constituent Assembly or, a national consultative body or whatever body name you call it, and submit this draft to that group. The religious groups, the civil society, the professional groups, the political parties, government representatives, everyone in that body, representative of the nation, so that they review this draft, with support from an expert committee like the CRC committee, the experts we have in the CRC, to put it into the proper language, so that when we agree on that constitution, that draft constitution would be something we would submit now to the IEC to conduct a referendum. Now, if you look at the 24 draft, or if you look at the 2020 draft, and even the 1997 when it was a draft, you'll have a provision there, transitional provisions, that upon coming into force of this constitution, the current constitution is hereby repealed. Because only the people can repeal their constitution. The National Assembly cannot repeal our constitution. The president cannot repeal our constitution. So the only people who can repeal our constitution is the people themselves. Because the constitution is the property and the imagination and the opinion of the people. So it's the people who said we are going to be ruled by this constitution. And it's the people who can say, we will now throw away this constitution and we are now creating a new constitution. So the role of the executive and the assembly is, how do you facilitate that? So our draft should not go to parliament for parliamentarians who are politicians from political parties with vested interests to come and decide what should be in that parliament or, constitution, or what should not be there. And so we can talk about all these processes of consultation, bringing people together and so on. At the end of the day, you bring the people together and we go around the country to every village and town in this country. There will still be a draft, a final draft, which will still go to parliament, who will discuss it. And there is where it will collapse. So I think we are in a futile exercise. And I hope our legal minds, particularly, would exercise their mind to this issue of what constitutes a constitution, how does a nation build a constitution, learn from experiences. All right. So the way forward for me, that is it. But we have taken this route. And so for me.
So Madi, I hear you. and maybe tell me if I'm wrong. The 2020 draft, it's the people draft, because basically, if you're talking about just creating a mechanism that will expedite, everything that was in it came from the people, whether they're from Yao or they're from Atlanta, Georgia. Gambians were consulted, and that's how this whole draft was put together. So you're saying in 2020, instead of going through the National Assembly, it should have been taken directly to the IEC to organize a referendum.
Right. Now, even before the IEC, because of course, constitution is the opinion of the people, so it will always be contentious because people are different levels. So what would have facilitated it to prevent the vibration that happened in 2020 was to establish a constituent assembly so that the CRC would have sent the constitution, the draft constitution, to that body so that they will engage on it heatedly, so that when they are done with it, that draft would now be subjected to a referendum.
So who's gonna form that constitutional assembly? Is it gonna be chosen by the people? Is it gonna be selected by the president? How do you put that constitutional assembly? If you're telling me you shouldn't go through the National Assembly, the representative of the people, elected by the people of Badibu, Central Badibu, Iskiang, Salum, you're saying no. let's create a new entity called a Constitutional Assembly. How do you create that?
Right. So, Musa, if you recall, I was saying the role of the executive and the executive, the legislature, is to facilitate that process. So certainly, that Constitutional Assembly would have to be created by the executive together with the National Assembly and any other stakeholders, because you want a body that is as representative, as legitimate, and as fair and balanced as much as possible. So there is no harm for the president and the National Assembly to engage all stakeholders and political parties to see how do we gather that number of people. Should it be 100 people, 50 people, 200 people also, and see how do we select these people, like how we selected representatives in the CRC or the TRRC, the commissioners, how did we select them, and so on. So there has to be a process, and the National Assembly is important in that process. The president or the executive is important in that process. But all their role is, how do you facilitate the creation of this body so that it is this body that will review, vet, approve that draft constitution, so that when it is done, all that got to be done is to submit it to the president. He may pass it through the National Assembly, but untouched, so that all the National Assembly has to do is just pass it to the IEC for us to have a referendum. Now, Musa, just think about it this way, all right? Look at Zimbabwe, Bangladesh right now. They've overthrown their president or prime minister. They've overthrown, suspended their parliament, all right? If they need to write a new constitution, there's still an authority in the country. There's an interim government. I mean, there may not be a parliament, but through the structures that are available, they should be able to set a mechanism to look at this, all right? And the reason why I'm saying we set up this Constitutional Assembly is to avoid that draft going into the parliament as a bill to be discussed and agreed upon. Because the moment we do that, then we have given the role of constitutional writing to the National Assembly, regardless of how much process that went through to get that draft. But the moment we gave it to the National Assembly, they can decide to change a word or add a word or remove a page or add a page or remove a chapter or add a chapter or wipe out everything and write their own. That is the role we are giving them. And that is
Mari, can I ask you a question? Musa, can I ask Mari a question here?
Yeah.
Mari, no, look, I like your creativity on this in this regard, because you at least you are coming up with a framework, with a mechanism.
Okay, I'm not being creative. I'm just being learning from experiences and lessons in the history.
The reason why I said creative.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. No, the reason why I used the word creative, your creativity, and I was being serious when I said I like the creativity, because you are thinking outside the box, is what I'm saying. The reason why I'm saying that is this, that is there not a process that governs, this whole thing? Is there not a provision, that governs this whole process? That is to say, this is what needs to happen. You need to gazette it. You need to, and that gazette has to run for so long. And then from there, it needs to go to parliament. And then when they do this, and then they do that, first reading, second reading, and then from there, it goes to referendum, and from referendum it comes back. Is there not a legal provision guiding this process? In other words, if we want to do it your way, don't you think then we have to go back? Again, because I haven't really delved into that aspect of this process much, in terms of looking at the provisions that may guide the process. Is there anything like that? I'm just asking honestly a question whether.
Yeah, there is. Section 226 is about amendments of the Constitution. It has about 9 provisions. All right. Provision 4 highlights that process of gazetting and so on. No, provision 2. Now, subsection 2 in section 226. Now, that section is dealing with, bills that are brought to the parliament, because section 100 gives authority to ministers and National Assembly members and parliamentary committees to submit a bill. And to submit a bill, it goes through a gazetting process, 3 months, 10 days in some cases. So that within the context of the 1997 Constitution is in place. Now, what I'm saying, what the difference is that this is not an ordinary bill in the imagination of the 1997 Constitution. A new constitution is outside of the scope and the power and the authority of the 1997 Constitution, because there is no provision in the 1997 Constitution that provides for the creation of a new constitution and the repeal of the 1997 Constitution. So for me, the relying on Section 226 for this draft constitution is unconstitutional. It's treason, because you are seeking to repeal.
So you are saying that Section 226 of the 1997 Constitution does not sort of prescribe this kind of process that we are following right now?
No, it does not.
Yeah. So, I'm going to go back and kind of revisit it on that aspect.
No, but Banka, to be honest, Madi, I think I remember Khalifa making the same argument, and he based it on that. But that is why his proposal was to go back and amend the 1997 Constitution. This was even before the creation of the the CRC.
The 2020 draft, proposed draft. Okay, all right.
I think he was
I need to go back to some 226.
Yes, I mean, at the time, my disagreement with Khalifa on that is this idea of piecemeal amendment of the 1997 Constitution, that there was no need for a CRC. Now, I do not think that is feasible, that is, practicable, because the 1997 Constitution, like all constitutions, has a huge amount of entrenched provisions that require referendum. And those provisions, not to mention the other ordinary provisions, but those provisions and the others that we really need to change, for which a referendum is required, would at the end of the day tantamount to writing a whole new constitution. So for me, it is not feasible, and it's not necessary for us to do a piecemeal amendment of the 1997 Constitution. What we needed really was indeed a CRC at the time. Now, what we failed to do in the CRC Act was to clearly spell out the process. All right. So we did not say, indeed, it was clear that the president will, after submission of the draft, would send it to the National Assembly within 60 days and untouched. But we did not, the Act did not go further to say National Assembly should not also touch it. And for me, where I would have branched off is to say not for the president to send it to the National Assembly, but rather submit it to the National Assembly. The president, with the National Assembly and any other stakeholder, would now constitute a constituent assembly, so that assembly would now review this draft to approve, so that we address all the concerns of religious people, traditional people, professionals, human rights issues, governance issues, because people have so many things about it, so that they come to a consensus. And when they agree with that draft now approved by that Constituent Assembly may be taken to the National Assembly just to be endorsed, and then to be sent to the IEC to do a referendum. By now, you would have had a constitution, but that would be contingent on whether that political will existed in Barrow and his team, because we saw during that time how through snippets from the Standard newspaper coming out of cabinet to say, they don't agree with a lot of provisions in that constitution. And we saw Barrow never supported it. When the CRC submitted the draft to him, he never made a public statement about it. When he submitted to the National Assembly, he never made a public statement about it. When the National Assembly crashed the draft, he never made a public statement about it. And that is serious, because something like a national constitution, given our history and experience, one would have thought the day the CRC submitted that draft to the president, he would make a national address to highlight the significance of the process, of the moment, to thank Gambians and the CRC for the huge work that has been done. That never happened. And until today, the president has not made any public statement to respond to the CRC and that 2020 draft. So the political will wasn't there. And for me, probably that explains why we had a very diluted, very weak, problematic CRC Act. And that is why we are here today.
Yeah, but Madi, now we are where we are now at this point right now. There are a lot of things that happened in the past that many people decried, and for all the right reasons too. But currently, right now, as it states, as it is, and even in light of some of the suggestions you are making with how the process should have been conducted, and it's not conducted that way anyway. What I am saying is that you know, now that it's in the hands of the parliament, I mean, we are way ahead of ourselves, it seems then. What do you think needs to happen at this point right now? Because I mean, now many people are railing against what the government has done, that is take some provisions out, do this or do that, or do this and do that. Now, a lot of people are decrying that. How do we move forward from here? How?
I think from here, forums like this are important. I think citizens should really engage. I hear people say, and ECOWAS said in their statement, there's no perfect constitution. I don't know what does that mean. You know, or who is looking for a perfect constitution, whatever perfect constitution means. But I don't think me as a citizen, and I would expect all of you as citizens, should sit here because of our dislike for the 1997 constitution or our fears about anything. We should just accept any constitution. So I think citizens should engage to make sure, since we have this, it's in our hands now, to look at it critically, deeply, and we highlight what needs to be kept there, what needs to be removed, what needs to be added. But above all, I think once again, an opportunity has been presented to Barrow, all right, after all the mishaps. Now that he has submitted this to be gazetted and it is going to Parliament in a matter of months, can he now come out and face Gambians and convert Gambians, you know, as political parties, as CSOs, as religious bodies and traditional groups, and so on, to bring us together to say, look, let's create the Gambia we want, and let us be ready to, you know, speak from that perspective, you know, outside of hate and all these things. Now, does he have the courage and the honesty to do that? I think that is what I would advise him to do, to come out and tell Gambians the deletions and the changes. You know, those who checked the necessary things said over 2,000 deletions and changes in the 2020 draft. Can you come out and tell us what are your justifications, your reasons for example, the 2020 draft removed nominated members from the Constitution. 2024, you brought it back. All right? Not just bring it back, but you even give yourself power to dismiss nominated members. Can you give us a justification as to the reason why you want to do that? Now, you go to human rights. The 1997 Constitution says, if I am arrested, I should be told in the language I understand within 3 hours why I'm arrested.
Yeah, why you are arrested, yes.
Now, you go to 2024 draft.
I believe section 19.
Yeah, section 19. So you go to the 2024 draft. You completely remove that 3-hour limit. Not just that. The 2020 draft says if you are arrested within 48 hours, you should be taken to court or released. Now, 2024, you rejected that and went back to, 2020, 1997 says within 72 hours, you rejected the 72 hours and, the 48 hours and went back to the 72 hours. 72 hours. So what is the justification for that? You look at other things like education, right to education. Section 30 in the 1997 Constitution. It says progressively we will make sure there is free secondary education and free tertiary education. You remove that.
No, basic.
Right? So the examples are there. Why did you do those changes? You have to have the courtesy, the respect to the citizens to tell us why you did those changes. Absolutely. You cannot just throw this into on us like that. You are not the Lord of the Gambia. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So for me, the opportunity
and
is
this is
there
where I think
for
the
Barrow
Attorney
to
General and
claim
Barrow
this
dropped the
legitimate.
ball.
And so
What they should have done with those changes, I think it should have included an addendum with every explanation what was removed and the reason behind it.
absolutely.
If they honestly cannot do that,
I think the AG's office should have, especially that part that you just mentioned, and instead of what Mahdi said. I think that's very, very, very important. The AG's office, it should have taken these whatever changes they made, all the provisions that they took out, each one of them stated and then explain the reason for removing it. I think it would have even made the conversation much easier. Even in that could even be in their favor, because for most people, if they read this and then look at it and see, okay, this was changed, and they said this is why. Some will agree, some may not agree, but at least people will understand the rationale for it. So I think that both is necessary. That is the president making a public statement, and then the AG office going back to state each and every one of those provisions and explain the reason for removing them. I think that would be very, very good.
If you had consulted, and then you had civil society, you have the Bar Association, I mean, you sit around and then they come up with this document, at least one would understand. But you did everything by yourself. People are even questioning the process itself. And then bang, you make changes, no explanation. And when they go through it, really, I mean, it's just difficult for anybody, even your supporters, to come out and say, to support. I don't know how they can. Not a single reasonable person.
At this point right now, it's not even a matter of who supports it, who doesn't, because this is not finished yet. It's still in the process. So that's the good thing about it. It's a process. So
when this gets to the National Assembly, let me National Assembly, I can guarantee you it will be taken over by partisan politics.
No, which is fine. No, but you couldn't have ever taken that out of this, no matter what you do. So, but what I think is important now at this point is to see this for what it is. It's still a process. So that process doesn't mean it's doomed, it's dead. What we need to do is let's perfect it in the course of this process. So if all the proposals that are floating around, Mahdi's idea, what said before, Coach, I think mentioned something, you said something before, Saria and other people around the country, they're all saying, look, the way this is going, we don't like it. So let's make it better so we can all at least take ownership of it. It's something that hasn't really even gone to referendum yet. It's just in parliament. Look, any changes is still possible. Any changes is still very, very possible. So that change process is what we need to insist upon so that we can make it happen.
So if I got to advise the Attorney General, the Minister of Justice, is to say, look, we have a CRC Act 2017. It is not repealed. Can you go back to that act, review it so that we really identify a proper process and structure for this thing, and then send it back to the National Assembly to be approved, and then we take that process just to make sure we protect the draft constitution, we protect the process, and we make sure there's a legitimate process in place that is going to give us a constitution that we deserve that for it.
Mahdi, can you help me out? So you're saying, as things are now, this 2024 draft is gazetted. So if you were to advise the Attorney General, you said what do you want him to do again? Create a what?
Yeah. So me, I mean, I know it's already gazetted, and one wonders whether you can stop that. We can avoid that altogether. All right. But I'm just saying, if that is possible, what my advice would be for us to really cut short this process and go back to the CRC Act 2017, review it appropriately, so that we now identify a different process that will safeguard the integrity, the legitimacy, of this constitution building process. That certainly is going to hand us over a proper constitution. Because I see a lot of fears right now. I mean, we can consult and engage. At the end of the day, the idea of sending that bill back to the National Assembly, I don't see how they can reach agreement, particularly to get the necessary votes for this to pass from first reading, second reading, and third reading, so that it successfully goes to referendum. Now, if it fails, so meaning we are going back to square one. 8 years has gone already. $116 million wasted already, and then our entire governance still, so weak and fragile, because the 1997 Constitution has, a lot of those elements. So what do we do? But again, if this thing also passes, let's assume everything goes according and it passes as it is,
It's not gonna pass.
I think we are still going to be in crisis, because we are not going to have a situation where the idea of the president nominating members, so you nominate members and determine speaker and deputy speaker. We already see who is the speaker and deputy speaker in this country. Are we prepared to go through that? We saw the Yakumba case where a nominated member expressed different opinion from the president.
The 2020 draft had that too, because I was also a little bit confused. It looks like the 2020 draft had the president nominating members. What it didn't have was the clause that was changed was the one with the Yakumba situation. That's the one that they changed, whereby not only the president can nominate, but can also remove. I think that's what the change was.
Yeah. Right.
But
and that is a very significant change.
Because, it's a huge.
By the nomination alone. Yeah, I think it's a very huge change. And so when we really get this constitution as it is passed, as it is, rest assured, we now have a bumpy road going forward. Either this constitution will now be subjected to several amendments as we go on, or another regime would come to either create a whole new constitution, because this 2024 draft, I don't see, qualitatively how it is really better than the 1997 Constitution.
I don't know whether better is the right word to use. I just don't think that it will pass without the changes. Like you said, when we talk about the term limit, leaving it that ambivalent, nobody knows when it starts. That needs to be fixed. Absolutely no doubt about that. That one needs to be fixed to make it at least clear as day. And some other things, like people are talking about the decentralization and deleted local government autonomy. Something needs to be done. I don't know. I seriously do not think if it gets to the National Assembly, Guy NPP, Kuchineka stand their way, other parties take their position. Telling you, man, it's not going to go anywhere. We're back to square one. And then we're going to waste our time. We're talking about 3 months before we even get to that.
Yeah.
Is there something that needs to be done? Can they go back and, I don't know, pull it back, bring in something else? Something. Maybe
and it's also two ways. Yeah. Yeah. So, I think our civil society should not be followers. They should not be spectators. They have equal role and responsibility in this matter. And so we don't have to buy the narrative of the government. We should be able to challenge it, through many, many ways. And so I think the civil society themselves need to have clarity. People have the clarity, the understanding, of issues, of what's at stake, and so on. So, so that they take a position to have the means to reverse the government, or make the government reverse. The political parties similarly. I know there is so much distrust and lack of communication and so on between the political parties, but they have something called the interparty committee. Are they just going to sit there just to be receiving, all right, just to be spectators or just to be followers? Or will they, as political parties, also realize their, utmost responsibility to get up and, engage with this government narrative to either keep it as it is or to make government reverse. All right. So stakeholders have to take responsibility. I mean, on our heads that there's no perfect constitution, or if you don't do this, we'll still stick. I think for me as a citizen, this is about, and I don't care about side or bank. My society up for anyone. I'm not giving in to anyone. As long as I'm convinced that this does not really fit purpose, and I think that is what every citizen got to take. So, I mean, for me, this is where I start. I mean, so that's why I'm not keeping silent.
For all practical purposes, Brother Mahdi, we can all come to this platform and we speak our mind. I mean, FM radio stations, everybody is talking about it. We can attack them all we want. But at the end of the day, I mean, this was the people's constitution. I mean, for all practical reasons, I mean, something has to be done. Because we all know if this doesn't work, and then we're back to the 1997 constitution, no term limits for the presidency, nothing of that sort, and conveniently going into 2026, I think it helps the status quo. I'm afraid some other entities will take matters into their own hands, like what happened in Burkina Faso. Maybe I'm being, maybe I'm being ahead of myself, but that is possible because when people in the long term, they don't see any way that they can change their government, they take matters into their own hands. And that is something we need to avoid.
Yeah, but Musa, I think that should be the last result, though. We had the worst experience, and I think all of us can speak and motivate people and convince people to come together because we're citizens. I think the one thing that we should not even move around is somehow a military coup d'etat would be the solution. I think that is against everything that we stood for and the worst experience that country endured for 22 years. I understand emotions are high, but I think this is the time whereby as Mahdi comes in, cool heads needs to prevail. Let's take ownership of this. This don't belong to Barrow. I mean, he is the president and Dauda Jallo helped him draft it. But now as citizens, how do we take this conversation back and take ownership of it? And take it to the people. At the end of the day, whether it's the 2024, 2022, or 2020, it has to go for a referendum. People have the say, ultimate say, to ensure that this is implemented. I think if we're doing 80 knots, we need to ratchet up to 100 knots and bring some sanctity to this. But I don't think this whole thing that, that's what we need to be fighting for. That's now what we should be encouraging, even though it failed. That is not the other way around to say that the coup d'etat is the only solution or someone needs to take the matter into their own hands. I don't think that is the way to do it because this country, after 22 years, we're still fragile. We're trying to build our institutions. We're trying to, bring some type of sanity among all of us. So no one, because it didn't play in your favor, one way or the other, to take matters in their own hand. And that's where I don't think I disagree. I really think we have passion, we can disagree. But at the same, we need to have our discourse in a civil manner that ensure that things that we've been fighting for, things that we are against, we ensure that comes to fruition. And I'm just saying this with all and across the board.
Sorry,
we all need to be careful.
I'm with you. I'm not even promoting that. What I'm saying is, if we allow this country for the changes that are supposed to happen, people expect it after 22 years of dictatorship. Those changes, what I'm saying, if we miss an opportunity to have a new constitution, to give people hope, for them to understand that we can change our government. If we have that missed opportunity, don't think for a minute, we are so, it cannot happen in the Gambia what happened in Burkina Faso. I'm not supporting it. I'm saying the possibility is there. And I can guarantee you if people don't think they can change their government, these are the kind of things that would happen. And it can be.
I think I get what you're saying, but what I'm trying to say is Musa Yang has a platform, and Musa Yang sits on this platform every Sunday, and that's why Musa's voice is critical to ensure that it is measured and bring some type of decorum and calmness. The possibility, we can talk about the possibilities. I get it. I get that. I'm not naive, but what I'm trying to say. Mari needs to do his part. Sarian needs to do his part. Coach Sambajao needs to do his part. Musaja needs to do his part, especially if you have access to the internet and the microphone. I think we need to. Maybe the strategy needs to be shifted a little bit, right? Maybe all of us need to sit down here and think about it, how within the diaspora, reach out to each other and say, how can we push this? How can we ensure that things or the constitution that is the willingness or the aspiration of Gambian, how do we ensure that that comes to fruition? I get all the other possibilities. Trust me, I get it. But I think at this moment, especially you, especially me, we sit down here, a lot of people watch us. The last result that we want to talk about is not that. It's about, because there's opportunity still. That there's going to be dialogue.
Can I say this?
Yeah.
Go ahead, man.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we have to recognize that, needless to say, human beings are not cattle. Human beings are not pieces of wood. And Gambians are no different from any other human beings on this earth. And of course, in our lifetime, we have seen things happening around countries. The Arab Spring happened because of corruption in those countries and abuse of human rights. The Bangladesh story recently is precisely about that, corruption and abuse of human rights. Now, everyone in a country like the Gambia, we don't just have rights and duties, but we also have benefits to obtain from being citizens of this country. And that is to live a life in dignity, in prosperity, in peace and safety. And that the government, the state, is created as an instrument of the people purposely for that. And so anyone who is in the state would have to ask yourself, what is our rationale? Why is the state created? Why are we in public institutions? And so on. And so anywhere we see crisis take place, it doesn't matter what kind of crisis. Let us look at the root causes. All right? Because people have feelings. People know, people see, and people will react. So it is the responsibility of those in charge of the state, who are in charge of the resources and the affairs of the people, to do that assessment of themselves. How are we managing the affairs and the resources of the people? Are we serving the needs of the people? Are we protecting the rights of the people, or are we violating the rights of the people? Are we impoverishing the people, and so on? This is not rocket science. And so a president or a minister can sit there, a national security advisor can sit there and create imaginary ideas that, Madi or Musaja is being pushed by the opposition, or is an agent of this or that, because that's what they do. We saw in Bangladesh how, Sheikh Hasina, the exiled prime minister, talking about how the students are being mobilized or triggered by the opposition, completely rejecting the facts. And this is why we have crisis in countries. Now, the Gambia itself, why did we have a coup in 1994? It did not come out of the blue. And it is not as if there is no reason for it whatsoever. Why did we have a military incursion, an armed rebellion in 1981? If you listen to the Kukwe Sambasa and folks at the time, they are talking about things that you can also resonate with. All right? Why did we have 2016? Why did we all mobilize to remove a dictatorship? We were not doing it out of a dream, out of drunkenness, out of madness. That was genuine reason for it, because the very purpose of the state was lost. And I have said that the state in the Gambia, since independence, is a fraud, is a scam. It exists only for the people who work in the state. You walk around this country. I live in Kembuje. You walk around the streets of Kembuje and see the poverty, the dilapidation, the filth, the lack of infrastructure. And that goes for each and every community in this country. And then they will tell you the taxes we are paying. They will tell you the loans this country has taken, the grants this country receives. I mean, you can count projects, every sector. You can count multiple projects of multiple millions of dollars. So to imagine that me as Mahdi Jabate would become president of the Gambia, or you as Musaja would become president of the Gambia. Yeah. I mean, what am I really? What do I have? What is about me that is better than you, Musa? Really? Yeah. To the point that you will see me plunder the resources of this country. You will live in poverty and see me. Today I was walking along the Kabafida Road going all the way to Buffalo into Farato. I saw government vehicles, project vehicles, SUVs, plunging into the muddy waters. And with all their windows raised, their condition. And I see Gambians in the Galegalas, in the small taxis, negotiating with the road. But these SUV drivers, government officials, plunging into the lakes on the road, driving SUVs, powerful vehicles from people's resources. And you in that Gale negotiating with that public office, and they think people are crazy. No, that cannot be. That cannot be. It has to change. People are in this state thanks to that state. They got wealthy. Their parents, children got wealthy. They educated themselves and their children. They built homes for themselves through the state. The people they came from in the same villages and towns, they left them behind. So we cannot, let us not fool ourselves, all right? And let the president and the cabinet not fool them. It's the cabinet constitution. I don't call it a draft constitution or our constitution. It's the cabinet constitution. And the cabinet has no authority. They have no authority whatsoever to write a constitution for Gambian people. They don't have that authority. They don't have that power. So it is madness that they think they can write a constitution for the people and send it and gazette it. That is complete bungles. That is the height of disrespect, my brother. If you want to write a constitution, take a process that will involve the people. You cannot sit down there and write a constitution on your own and think you can impose it on the people.
You see, people are outraged, and maybe I need to make clarification, because sometimes you make a statement and people run away with it. I am not saying that under the present outrage or circumstances, people should take arms and remove this government. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is this. I see what happened in Guinea. I see what happened in Burkina Faso. I see what happened in Mali. In our country, since 2016, our democracy has evolved. We cannot take it for granted. We wanted, one of the reasons, we wanted a new constitution. It's one of the pillars of this democratic change. The point that I am making is this. If you shut the door, we don't have a new constitution, and there is no term limits. It could very easily, entities can take matters into their own hands. Anybody who thinks that is just idle talk.
Musa, you don't need to explain yourself to anybody.
No. You know why?
It's very clear.
It's not
and
true.
People can pick it and they run wherever they want to run to.
Right.
The point is, what you are saying is real.
For me, Madi, yes. For me, this is an important message to Barrow and the government, to let them realize that they need to be careful.
They know already.
They know already. They cannot take Gambians for granted, because there are a lot of gullible Gambians that are out there. If you create the atmosphere that change is not possible, the chances are entities will use that, and I can guarantee you Gambians will even support it. Some Gambians would.
Well,
And we will be back to
right.
square one. People can call it
Yeah,
whatever
right.
you want to call it. Maybe statement like that is misplaced, or you shouldn't say this, you shouldn't say that, or we need to say it. That
We
in
need
the
to say it.
absence of
And honestly, in my candid opinion, there is no justification for any military coup. There's no justification for an armed rebellion.
exactly.
All right? What you are saying is about citizens engaging, and that engagement can take the form as it took place in Bangladesh, and across the world as it is, a non-violent, democratic change as it happened in Kenya or anywhere else, all right, or as it is happening there. So and for me, really, people are just probably drifting themselves away. We have to highlight that the government has a responsibility to protect the peace and stability of this country. And that requires that you are transparent, that you are accountable, that you protect the best interests. And you cannot be so corrupt, be so incompetent, and be violating laws. And you think, people should just sit and watch you. For what? That doesn't happen anywhere since the beginning of this world. So I thank you guys. I think I got to leave, but as I said, I'm gonna engage on this constitution. I take it as a personal matter, and I wish every citizen will take it as a personal matter. I owe no apology or no permission, to anyone, and no one owes me any apology or any permission to stand for what we believe, is what Gambia should have. All right, just do it, non-violent, peaceful, democratic means, and we should continue to do that. So that is my stance, and I totally reject the 2024 cabinet constitution as it is, and I will engage to see that it is changed or a whole process is taken. That is my position. Thank you.
Brother
Thank you,
Madi,
Madi.
always thank you. We almost gave up on you. We thought you were not going to make it, but you came through. We appreciate you a lot.
Some things happened at the last minute at home. Okay, thank you.
All right, happy belated birthday.
Right. Next week.
Yes,
All right.
belated
Thank
birthday,
you.
Madi. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
So,
Paramos.
I guess it is what it is.
Yeah, no. I get your frustration. I get it. You're not your normal self today. I get it. It's like this is the little thing we have. You sat on here. I want to be fair to you. You sat on here. You're not pro-military, but I think at the same time I understand the tensions are high. But again, you said one thing. I was listening to you. You said people are gullible, right?
Very gullible.
Okay, so and I see. Well, Musa, you're right. We're doing that. I think at this time, I'm telling you, tensions are high. I get it, but I still understand. I think this inter-party committee, the civil societies need to take on Barrow. We all know that. But the reason why Musa, he's been in position for 7 years, he doesn't want ECOMIC to leave. We knew it. And it all tailored to what we are saying at the segue. And I think that's where you and me had a disagreement at the very beginning of the segue. I want us to focus to the meat and potatoes of this. Because if we talk about if you are accountable to the people, you felt that the presidency is a privilege, not a right. You are elected by the people. And you wanted to stand upright and do the right thing in a spirit of transparency. You got to declare your assets, your business connections, and all that stuff, and non-interference with deployments of judges and everything else. I think it creates a democratic environment that is transparency, and it also helps in the long run. You don't have to worry about all the other stuff. I get that part. Trust me, I get it. But I think the reason why he's not doing that, he wanted to extend the mandate of ECOMIC on it because he knew wholeheartedly. And let's also, for God's sake, let's also look at the political alignment, the people who are close to him. These are the same people who told Jammeh to do stuff and get away with it for 22 years. They don't see anything but for their short-term gains. And this is the problem. I know you are telegraphing something to him, huh? You need to be careful.
but he's not going to get it because he's so consumed in power. When we say, they say opposition, my foot. I don't care, but I'm in the United States right here. I get up every afternoon, every morning to sit on this platform because I wanted to. I'm not obligated to, right? So if we're talking about, let's create an environment that's gonna be, if we talk about peace and tranquility, he's not doing what is that creates that environment. And that's what you are telling him. That's what you are telegraphing. Be careful. If you sit down there, the people who are supposed to be key stakeholders, the civil societies, political parties, in the party committee, the Gambia Bar Association, for them to have an input on a new constitution that talks about term limit, accountability, and all this good stuff. You didn't do that, and you really think you can shove this whole thing into people's throat. And I think it creates this uncertainty with all the other challenges combined.
That's what I'm afraid of.
I get it. But again, today, I think we need to build this bipartisanship, right? Still now, I think your voice matters. Your voice is critical.
Look,
in this whole thing. Let's do what we can do. Either we're reaching out to the members or to the civil society or within our power. What can we do to force their hands in the cookie jar? Because you know what? The names, if you call Barrow, but the names are more inconsequential. They are not there for the Gambian people. Let's call the spade the spade. They are there enriching themselves. That's the truth, Musa. So if we're going to talk about it, let's talk. Let's have an honest conversation. Because you know what? The stuff that you are saying right now, it undermines our democracy. It undermines what we've built. It undermines this smiling coast of Africa. We have to be careful. And I'm appealing. Whether you're on UDP, you're in PDOIs, you're on GDC, let's not think that the only way to get that constitution is through other means besides getting out there and engaging our citizens and putting a forth with passion that this is wrong. We don't want another Jammeh. We don't want no dictatorship. We don't want someone who comes to the office, he's poor, stealing our mega resources, wants to be rich for the end of his life. There is going to be another commission. And that's what needs to happen. And if you're a Gambian, this has nothing to do with political leaning whatsoever. Absolutely not. We need to speak the truth and hold our names accountable. They are inconsequential. If we hadn't been there, they are not compromised. They could stand up, have a little backbone. Musa, retroactive clause. If I have a 50+1 and I have all these ingredients in it,
right,
I will compromise for that. I'm just saying, Sarian. I'm not speaking what about. I will get, because you know what? The 50+1, who is guaranteed if we get all our acts together, and I'm talking about all the political parties. If we get our acts together and communicate well, 50+, what guarantee does Barrow has to win that 50+1 in the future if he do have to? That's what I swear.
My whole approach to this issue, I'm equally outraged with the process itself and how they went about it. And I have no suspicion that this thing is going to be torpedoed. Like I always said, when I first...
No, but if it is torpedoed, here's the question, though, before we go into that. I want to ask you this. Honestly speaking, if it's torpedoed, do you think folks who are outraged and torpedo it, don't you think they have the right and the concern? Okay.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But I want it to succeed because, like you said, I want a term limit of 5 years and Barrow cannot run in 2031. And I also want 50+1 because I think it will be much easier for us to bring about change. So, okay, how can I? The only way that can be accomplished more through this new constitution. You see, going back to, I think it was.
So, but if you say new constitution is the 2020, but not the Barrow.
No, this 2024
draft, right?
2024 itself cannot pass. I know that. I know that it cannot pass. Also, remember, the threshold in 1966 or 1970, the first time we voted for a referendum to become a Republican state. I was young enough, but you know what it was reduced to? You will either get the CMNB, and that was PPP, yes vote, or you have UP with the umbrella, no vote. So Gambians went into this poll. It wasn't about whether should we become a Republican state or not. It was whether are you a PPP supporter or are you a UP supporter? And then the first go around, it failed woefully because of it couldn't meet the threshold. So that tells you how difficult it is. And then the second time around, the same approach, but at that time, Jawara has already built consensus. There were a lot of people who became PPP, and it made it much easier for the electorate walking into the polling booth and voting for Jawara, and that's why we became a Republican state. Why am I saying that? If we reduce this constitution about either voting for Barrow or voting against Barrow, I can guarantee you that it is going to fail because Barrow doesn't have the votes for it to pass. It's not possible.
But here is the thing, though, Musa. But that's not the case. No, but that's not. Here is the thing. I don't want the debate to just mirror towards voting against Barrow or voting.
No. You're misunderstanding. What I'm saying is, like Sariang, I'm not naive. This whole constitutional issue can be reduced to that. Do you think the 2020 draft was not reduced to that by the National Assembly members?
Because it was, but there were key ingredients that, hold on. Here is the thing. I think we need to, if you believe that 50+1 is the threshold, how do you channel that conversation? That's gonna bring some type of consensus, right? So I think here is the thing. If you talk to folks that might be ultimately opposed to that retroactive clause, but you talk to them and say, hey, what is the guarantee with everything that you're talking about challenging strategically that this man is guaranteed a second term or a third term? It's not. But when we mirror this whole conversation to vote, it's not that it's bigger than him. Even post-Barrow, this is where the conversation is. The stuff that were deleted, that is not just only for Barrow. From my vantage point, it is more than Barrow. Even the president who comes in, we want to hold them accountable. We wanted to hold them the same standard. These are key ingredients of the Constitution. If it's taken out, we should not compromise on that, Musa. We can compromise on the retroactive clause, but the fundamentals of the Constitution, where transparency, accountability, integrity, and all this speech.
I get that.
But what is the conversation then? Where you sophisticated about voting against Barrow or not voting against Barrow?
Bro, you like to take my statements and then juxtapose it. What I'm saying is, what I'm afraid of is this whole constitutional issue. It's going to be reduced to that because in 2020 draft, the only reason why it failed, it has nothing to do with the substance. It was all about the NPP people lining up, all right, the opposition voting against it, and it never went anywhere. And I'm saying the so-called introduction with the Duke, I agree with you. They butchered it. I agree with you. It's bigger than Barrow. But there is absolutely no doubt every change that was made, they had Barrow in mind. I'm telling you.
So the strategies, I'm giving unsolicited advice because you're the chief strategist. You're my boss. But this is where, hold on a second. This is where the Musa James come into play, the Sariam Morons come into play, the Coach Pasamba Jau plays into play. I think we have access to internet and a microphone. We cannot mirror this towards just Barrow. I think the key part is, hey, don't you want a president in the future who is going to be accountable to the people, who needs to declare their assets? The anti-corruption committee needs to investigate it. I mean, it's very, very, Musa, I think we are all on the same page. I am with with you. And I think you're not going to get that 51% threshold unless you telegraph your message carefully. No, it's not. You don't have to give up. It's not. You're passionate about this. And we all need to come together.
Look at what he's doing here, playing two sides unintelligently. What two sides am I playing? But you know what? There is my Jame and there is global properties. They're like,
you can go ahead and hit them up. But I wanted to close out because you said something and it looks like it ticked you off about being Musa Binta. I wanna have a conversation, and I wanted to kind of give my take to the viewers at the end. Okay? So go ahead.
The hype, because it's that good. A true kitchen essential. Get Candy Spice products to impress your family and friends with great food, creating flavorful memories. We have pepper sauce, marinades, gourmet spices, barbecue sauces, fruit butter, African snacks, and much more. Every order gets a gift. Yes, you heard that right. Every order gets a gift. Candy Spice, it's handcrafted and all natural. We have options, you choose. Order at www.candyspice.com.
While you have certainly heard about coronavirus, commonly called COVID, you might not know these important facts and ways to protect your family from the illness it can bring. COVID can be very contagious through air, touch, or sharing food. It has been studied at length, and we can share with you what we know so far. Who are we? We are New World International, a non-profit organization located in Washington State, and our mission is to educate people about coronavirus. The coronavirus can cause serious illness and, yes, even death if not treated right away. The symptoms are similar to the common flu: fever, cough, sore throat, and shortness of breath. Many people experience these symptoms and wait too long to seek medical attention. That can be a life-threatening mistake. Certainly, keeping a safe distance from others that appear to have flu symptoms is advisable. It's always better to be safe than sorry. If you develop these symptoms, there won't be any way for you to know that it's just a common flu unless you have a test done. It's best to seek out a doctor, nurse, health worker, or health facility to get advice and treatment if needed. If you are a student, report the conditions to your teacher right away. By all means, stay home if you are sick. Always cover your mouth and nose if you sneeze, and wash up afterward. The contagion spreads with the moisture droplets. As you have heard, there is a vaccine available for coronavirus. Seriously consider receiving a vaccine before you become ill. And above all, consult with your doctor when you do not feel well. For more information, please visit us online at newworldinternational.org.
It looks like Brother Banker is back again.
Okay.
We have a few minutes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had some guys who were supposed to do some work at the house here that came, so I had to attend to that.
Yeah. So let me finish this, and maybe Banka can add with you. Musa, what I said, and I think here the key, how do we move forward from here? And I think, honestly, your goal will be at least to change from interacting with you for many, many years, knowing you're a true Democrat, and you want to see a Gambia different from our current predicament. I get that one. And you know, I know my sister, what is Mariam C wrote something with I get that. I just said it. I said the reason why ECMIC didn't even leave the Gambia, they've been extended and extended and extended. There's a reason for it, right? They understand. And again, I think what Musa is giving is say, be careful. You are going through uncharted territory. Be careful, right? I get that, Musa. But I think what our position should be moving forward is to convince people that, hey, still now, we got a document that we can work. We the people. Yes, this one, they didn't consult us. They didn't consult the people. They came up with it. We challenge the minister. The minister needs to come out. What can you do as the chief prosecutor of the executive branch? What can you do to correct this? And how do we bring Gambians in order to have a constitution? And I think that's where Fofulai Daniel Father most chief strategist. Man, Lula Bugade. This whole partisanship and all, what it does is it's part of the process. But if we continue to dilate much on stuff that what me, what I want, me, that's what I want. I think basically we're gonna get into this quagmire, and it's gonna be forever and forever. Let's look at things that are best for the country and what we fought for many years, and tailor it on. And I'm gonna say this. Musa, I think people who are accusing you, who are saying Musa is tribalist, Musa is this, Musa is this, they don't know you, right? So I think I get that. Your champ brother in I don't know wherever he is, that he wrote in capital letter, he keep talking about my temperament. That guy doesn't know me day or earth, right? So you get these things on both sides. But again, I think who you are and what you stand for. And I think you stand for democracy. You've been there fighting during Jammeh's hard times, right? So someone coming to this platform and say, you're tribal, you're this, that person didn't know you. They don't interact with you. And you know, Gambians, we have one problem. What somebody said about somebody, we frame our mind around that, even though that is bogus. That's what we continue to spread out. And that is our problem. And the problem that we're talking about today for more than 2.5 hours, it all mirrored towards the same crap. And unless and until we get away from this, it's going to continue. If somebody speak that doesn't go in line with you, you go and have a conversation intellectually, challenge the person why he said that. Don't put labels on him. You're a tribal. He's a Gambian. He has the right to speak. And I think that is very, very important. And that's what I'm going to say. And they have to be fair to you. You never, even that I'm talking about Melta, you sat on this platform many times. You said, no, we cannot speak on Melta. I think somebody came here at one time. You are all up on him. But what I'm trying to say is, today, Father Mose, that you wanted to defend the indefensible, and it didn't happen. And my boss, with everything, I yield the floor. And
okay. Let me, no. I defend the indefensible. Let me reiterate what I try to defend that is seen to be indefensible. Banker, I said, the process that was used to bring the 2024 constitution is flawed. I said the process was done without consultation. I said, to be honest, it would have been better if this constitution was brought differently. And then I said, I have what I consider myself deal breakers. For me,
deal maker. Deal maker.
The ones that are fundamental that I cannot compromise, that I draw the red line for me, is that I need a term limit. Our democracy needs that. Our country needs that. And when I mean the term limit, not without this ambivalence that was created. And that is, we have a 2 5-year term, and it starts today. Barrow can run in 2026, Barrow cannot run in 2031. Clear as day. I want a constitution that gives me that you cannot win an election 50+ unless you get the absolute majority. How is that defending the indefensible? How does that make me a tribalist? I don't understand. I said,
Okay, your mom. So that guy
changes that were made.
they use that T word.
changes that were made. There are changes that were made that I have problems with, but they are not deal breakers for me. I have problems with them, but duma sacrifice suma term limit ak suma 50+1 because of those things. I wouldn't mind to compromise on those things, and that is, if you want to arrest, you change it from 48 hours to 72 hours. I don't like it, but I'm willing to pay the price to have a 72 hours arrest if I can get 2 term limit, if I can get 50+1. Young Majali, I said, if you are going to delete consumer protection, all right, I don't like it, but I am willing to sacrifice that to get my term limit and my 50+1. If you delete an entire chapter about leadership and governance, which is aspirational, I don't like it, but I am willing to pay that price so that I can get my 2 term limit and 50+1. So this is them. How does that make it defending the indefensible? How does that make it me being a hypocrite? How does that make it? People need to be at least rational.
Look, Look, at the end of the day, you have to understand there are sort of groups or individuals that have jumped in the fray starting in 2016. How much the struggle, how much about how the change even happened? How much they don't know anything about it. 2016 and join rec, so they come ñom liñ leen instruct moy dem leen ngeen ku wax rek ngeen saga, ku wax leen ngeen briefing. I mean, so these people, they think their job is to call you names and insult you and harass you and try to bully you. So once you understand that, then you don't get bogged down in that kind of stuff. You are a tribalist against the Panapanas. But that's the way I see you. You are a very, very big tribalist guy because they're not buying Panapanas. But all jokes aside, though, the fact of the matter is that you are one of the most decent individuals I have ever worked with, that I call a friend, that I call a brother. And, all these other labels that people try to throw at you, I laugh when I hear them, because I think they're just said to piss you off. If they want to piss you off, they say, "How more for tribalist?" Well, Alamon, he's a hypocrite. They call me worse names, I think, than you. Maybe there are some words that they use on you, but they use those on me, and I take them as a badge of honor. These days, I walk around town with a chip on my shoulder when it comes to those words. But look, all jokes aside, though, the fact of the matter is, what you said is very reasonable. It makes perfect sense. In the end, we need to understand, when it comes to a national document, a constitution for that matter, in all instances throughout the course of human history, since the dawn of man, they've always been like this, exactly the way we are having it. And for me, that's why when the conversation began, when I first came in, remember I started with what? The United States constitutional making process. That's what I began with. Because I want to put all of this into perspective. That all the jockeying, the America that everybody wants to visit now and come to and live in America, this is their dream country. Literally, these petty squabbles that you are seeing among us in the Gambia right now, this is exactly what they were doing here. In fact, worse, when it came to their constitution. So, that's why I began with, because I wanted people to understand that this is not a zero-sum game. And so it's not one of those things where you just get frustrated and discouraged and walk away when things don't seem to be going your way, because that's the way to deal with it. No. As outrageous as government's action may seem to some people, or a lot of people, this is exactly how many times constitutions get started. U.S. Constitution, I'm telling you, when they first came up with it, can you imagine the people who were in charge of this constitution were people like James Madison? These are patriots of the highest order. George Washington, Benjamin Franklin. I mean, if you talk about America, you cannot talk about, these are the real deal, the founding fathers. The constitution they wrote, when the states saw it, they were like, "Are you guys out of your freaking mind?" Because the constitution was heavy on the federal government. It literally gave the federal government all the powers you can think of in the world. The states, zero. All the power was in the hands of the federal government. When they went to the states were like, no, Jose, we are not going to abide into this. You guys are giving yourself all the power so the states can become slaves to you? No, we're not going to take it. So through negotiation and coercion and talking to each other and discussing, and they somehow found a framework where they, even this bicameral system they have, the Senate and the House. If you notice the Senate, whether you are a big state or small state, you get 2 senators, right? You notice that?
Yeah.
All of this was a compromise because the small states were saying, hey, with what you guys are doing, we don't want to be part of it because you want to give all the powers to yourself. And the democracy that you guys want to implement, in that democracy, we will have no powers at all. We cannot even decide on anything. So they said, okay, let's have 2 houses. One of them will go by the population of each state. The other one will, each state, whether big or small, we give you 2 senators. So when you pass something in this house, you have to go to the Senate. This is where the small states also wield their power. This was all part of a compromise because the people who first wrote it literally did not have any of these things in mind. And it sounded like crazy to these small states. They think these people want to take advantage of them. In the Gambia too, we are looking at this and people are saying, hey, the government wants to take advantage of us. Look at what they have done. This is crazy. This is not even patriotic. How can they want to give all the powers to the president? No, we are not going to take it. Fine. Let's sit down and negotiate and discuss it and come to an agreement, something that will reflect our aspiration as a people. That's what they did in the United States. That's what we need to do too. Look, the wrangling and the screaming is all fine and dandy with me. It's okay. It's part of the democratic process. If we don't do that, I'll be surprised. But at the end of the day, let's not miss the point here and let's not lose sight of the reality. And that reality is what you were pushing for. And that is to say, look, I get it. This was not done the right way. I don't agree with their process, with their position on these things. But guess what we should do? Let's sit down, let's discuss, let's negotiate, and let's come to an agreement, and let's move forward. That's the most reasonable thing I can think of. For anybody to call that a person a hypocrite, that person needs to go and check their head because they are being idiotic. This is the way we need to pursue this. In Gambia, I think because our people they don't really take the time to go and read history and understand it. We are not doing anything new. We are not reinventing the wheel. We are not inventing the wheel. Let me put it that way. Anything we are doing in the Gambia, every country has done before us. When did our republic began? In 1970. We are literally a very, very young country. So everything we are doing, countries have done well before us. So there is a blueprint somewhere we can look at and follow. Is that as plain and simple? So we don't have to sit here and look like we are coming up with new ideas that the world has never seen, or we can do something different that the world has never done. Look, that's the kind of wrangling I see many of our people engage in. But a lot of these guys that are calling hypocrite don't know anything about history. They just, they are into this partisan nonsense. Let's call them names. Let's start to bully them. And it's for their own ego. It's not even for the country. These are not patriotic actions. Patriots will sit down and say, okay, there's a problem. We get it. Let's sit down. Let's see how we solve it. At some point, we'll come to an agreement. And at some point, we'll have a constitution that not everybody will necessarily agree with, but we can all live with. And in the end, that's what we need for now. We can perfect the union as we move forward. Because the United States Constitution went through 27 amendments. 27 amendments. Why? Because they went back and said, this one is not relevant anymore. Now, this one, they put it in there, we shouldn't have done. This one. If you look at even the Bill of Rights, like I said before, the Bill of Rights is about individual rights because everything was about federal government's powers and this and the other. People started saying, so what about the individual? What about our rights? Mm-hmm. So they came up with the Bill of Rights. That Bill of Rights was not there in the original draft. So again, what I'm saying is, government came with a bill, with a draft. Let's go back and scrutinize the draft. Let's find a way to come to an agreement on it and then move forward. That's all we need to do. There is no need for name calling this one a hypocrite, calling this one this, a tribalist, calling this one that. That's not the way. It's not mature. It is childish. It's unpatriotic. It is evil. It is idiotic. It makes no sense. It doesn't help our country. It just helps your ego to go back and say, hey, I went to their program the other day. If you see, you should see what I wrote about Musa. I called him. I insulted him. This Musa Jeng. I'll deal with him. This is how we act. It's very, very childish. We shouldn't be doing this. You are a patriot, Musa. You are spending how many hours of the day? To sit here.
Sorry, you make me blush when people can't even see me blush. That's what I'm saying. It's not about me. I think sometimes we reduce.
No, but it's idiotic. This is idiotic.
Sunday, we discuss issues. Somebody said it's only those two things that I'm interested in. They have to understand that the 2020 draft is almost 200 what chapters. So the fundamental rights haven't been touched. There are a lot of things that were not touched. So those are not the only two things. Those are not the only two things that I cherish. No, for instance, I want to answer to Safi, this lady, Safi Toure, and he's like, "Hana yo nyari yo rek nga fog ne nyo gena important." No, I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is, for me, those two things are very, very important. They are very important. Now, the local government deleting decentralization, I have a serious issues with that. That could be a deal breaker too. I don't like the way they change the Independent Electoral Commission, because appearance of independence and fairness in elections is very important. If people believe that the president can just select whoever he wants, and without going through consultation from the National Assembly, but does some kind of commission, I think that is going to send an appearance that President Bidafa handpick anybody, Muneka IEC chairman. That's when we're going to get into this problem that the elections were stolen. So there are things that are very important, but I don't think we can have a serious constitution without term limit. I don't think we can have a serious constitution, for me now, without this absolute majority. Those are not the only things, but I think they're fundamental. Sorry.
Well, no, that's fine, but you gotta understand, dude, the right that you have to speak on those matters. That's what some people are passionate that the ones that they remove. How do we reinstate those? And I think for me, as I said, and I think that's where we had to push back here. I'm not saying 51 majority is not important, but I'm not gonna. For me, I think holding the office and the members accountable and be transparent, and like the ones that you said, like IEC, non-interference, have them work independent. Those are dear to me. And I think if we want strong institution, we need to have separation of powers. And I think that is important. So whether you think we should go away because we have a 51 plus major 50 plus or 2-term limit, I don't think so. So how about if that next person who comes in, who wins? I mean, we had these loopholes that we didn't hold them accountable. Now, what does that person do? I mean, we will wait for 2 terms for them to enrich themselves, no issues. And I think there's going to be issues. And I think what I'm trying to say is, let's correct it. Let's compromise things that they remove. Go back to them and say, hey,
before we leave, can you tell me what are the, I mean, we all kind of have an idea, the things that were removed, that we really want back. When you say compromise, let's get to the meat of it. What would you compromise?
What would I compromise?
Yeah, what would you compromise?
I said a retroactive clause is not a deal breaker for me at all. I really care less about that stuff, right? Because I think if we have all these, especially the ones that they remove, if we have that in there, right? And trying to clarify the 10-year 2-term too, I think they need to amplify on that. I really don't, and it's not up to me. The people who are out there, that this conversation needs to go back to them.
No, I'm asking you. I'm not. No, money, yo, when you said the retroactivity, you're saying that it doesn't matter if Barrow runs in 2026 and 2031?
I'm saying, like, you are entitled. I said that's not.
No, I'm not.
I know. No, but I'm
trying to understand.
Okay, hold on.
Understand your position.
Okay, but you got it. You asked me. Let me answer because I want clarity on this. Okay, retroactive clause. What I'm trying to say is, if Barrow wants to run for 2026, and that is in there, I really don't think we need to shove the Constitution in the toilet because of that.
How about 2031?
2031?
Yeah.
I mean, it says 2-term limit, and I'm not gonna trample myself. I'm not gonna do that. What I'm trying to say, I'm focused on 2026. I'm not gonna prophesize what 2031 is.
No, do you know why I asked 2031? Because the reading of it, when they remove the retroactivity clause, when they removed it, the language as it is, some people are interpreting it that Barrow will be able to run in 2026 and 2031. For me, 2031 is a red line. I don't think I would want us to pass this. I'm talking about for me.
No. I think we are getting ahead of ourselves, because when you listen, the interpretation of that is ambiguous, right? So hold on a second. So for he says 2-term limits. How about if those folks who are opposed to Barrow running for second term and say, oh, okay, we're going to go through the court. He already served his 10 years. He doesn't need to run anymore. You see what I'm saying?
Can I jump in here? Can I jump in there for a second? Can I jump in there for a second?
Right.
Look, Musa, I agree with Sariang on this. You and I had this conversation before.
Right.
I think we are getting bogged down in now what I call semantics. And with constitutions, it is Supreme Court and only the Supreme Court. They are the only ones who can interpret the Constitution and tell us exactly what the provisions mean. Anybody doing so is just really just expressing, their opinion based on how they think things are interpreted. But at the end of the day, the Supreme Court is the only one that has original jurisdiction on that. Now, the fact of the matter is that very provision itself, as he rightly pointed out, says 2-term limit, whether consecutive or not, is 2-term. Everybody is just basically, entitled to 2 terms. What that means is that, by the very provisions in that new draft, proposed draft, it says that once this new draft is promulgated and it becomes the constitution, then basically that will repeal. That basically automatically repeals the 1997 constitution. So that means we are not under the 1997 constitution anymore. We are governed by the 2024 constitution at that point. Now, if that happens, and that is saying 2-term limit, that means if Barrow serves this term, 2026 he can run, but after that, that's the last term that he can serve. Now, again, no, listen to me.
That's not clear.
We can no, that's where I'm coming to. I know where you are going with this. So now, with that in mind, what we ought to do now is, because the Supreme Court cannot really decide on this until it becomes law of the land. They cannot. So now, what I'm saying is, once that's the case, then we can go to the Supreme Court and ask the Supreme Court to actually define for us what that provision actually means.
When do we do that?
Now?
When do we do that? We wait until it becomes law?
No. I'm just saying, if we cannot agree on that definition right now, the Supreme Court at the end of the day, because
why would we want to create that conundrum? Why would we want to create that problem like Senegal?
I'm answering. I'm really talking about what Sarian said and trying to buttress his point. I'm not agreeing with that aspect. I see where you are going. I'm just talking about how Sarian is looking at it, and I'm trying to explain Sarian's rationale for this. That's vague. It's open to interpretation. What I'm trying to tell you is, if a Sarian sits there and says, okay, I'm willing to live with this one until later when we pass it and we go to the Supreme Court and ask them to really decide this for us, then you wouldn't. No, what I'm saying is, you wouldn't blame him for taking that kind of position. I don't think that's an extreme position on his part.
I'm not saying it's
now, would it be better?
What we need is clarity. We don't need ambiguity. We don't need legal.
Will it be better? I would rather prefer. I rather prefer we clarify it now. I rather prefer that. But what I'm saying is, if a Sariang, on the other hand, is saying, look, man, that for me, that's not a deal breaker. That's what I'm saying. Man, I agree with you. Man, I would rather personally, my personal preference. You clarify it now.
I think you need to go back and this whole national construct that I talk about, right? You put a frame of mind around your 50+ strategy. No. I'm listen, we can have a conversation about
you gotta allow you to
be careful, because I think what you are doing is, you might be, if you talk about this, you might be walking in a landmine here, right? So if Barrow said, oh no, this is what I want, I'm not going to give up on the Constitution, but you got the 50+ one, you got the one that is stated in there, and some people say, you know what, we can give up on the retroactive clause, we can do this, let's go. What will you go with it?
I will not go with it.
Why?
Because you see, for me, the viability of our democracy rests on those two things. I will not compromise on that. I think the constitution that I want to see, there are a lot of things that I want to see. But like I said, these are my pet peeve things that they have to be there. 2-term limit, you cannot win the presidency without absolute majority. Now, we can negotiate other things, but these are things that are non-negotiable as far as I'm concerned. They will not be prepared. The term limit thing, it should be clear as day. When do we start counting? We're going to start, let's say if it is passed in March, April of 2025, and that would be counted as his first current term, as far as I'm concerned. If he runs in 2026, that will be his second term, and he will not run again. Clear as day. We were not going to get into Senegal and the problem that they had.
Well, with Senegal, when Macky tried, but what I'm saying.
And I think
Macky tried it in Senegal, it failed. Anybody who tries that when the constitution says one thing, you cannot make it another.
Wada tried and he get away with it.
Wada didn't get away with it. Wada didn't get away with it.
No, he lost
Wada
the
did not.
election.
Wada did not get away with it, is what I'm trying to tell you.
He was able to
Banka, you know, I'm so happy. I'm very, very, you know, the good thing about this, you gotta get the conversation. You gotta get everything out of your chest. Now, everything for the first part, Musa again cannot go without that constitution. Form and dandy. Now, on the current draft, how do you think we could fix that? I'm agree. Ambiguity and subjected to legal interpretation or taking it to the court, that is not what we want. But today, the 2024 Barrow Dawda Jallow draft constitution, it's ambiguous. There is no transition clause.
It's bad constitution.
It's bad. So now, why can't we, you talk about political, why wouldn't people be outraged, especially if people in your column, who are outraged and think that this needs to be rejected on arrival? Now, how do you make that argument? Because I get that talk here.
The constitution as it is, needs to be rejected. I absolutely agree. I don't like what it is. What I'm saying is, it should be given a chance to fix it if it is fixable.
Like, it is fixable.
If it is fixable,
it is fixable.
So for me, the fixability, if there is such a word, starts with fixing the term of the president. Is fundamental for me. I'm not saying consumer protection.
I get that, but I think that's why it's important right now, where we need to put the emphasis is for all stakeholders to sit down over these things and start going through these issues and addressing them one by one. And then whatever draft comes out of the process, at least we can all feel comfortable that it has addressed, at least if not all our concerns, but the fundamental concerns have been addressed. That's the process we need to push for and seek to have, so that people can sit down at the table and put this proposed draft on that table, and discuss it and see how do we make it better. If the moment we don't do that, then obviously it's going to go through a fruitless process where either Parliament rejects it or it fails at the referendum stage. I can go through a list. There are so many different things that can go wrong with that. So in the end, the emphasis should be on, let's make sure that all the stakeholders come together and address issues like what you are raising. That is, that explicit clause that was in there to clarify on the term limit issue. So that tomorrow we are not sitting here trying to go to the Supreme Court to seek interpretation, that we address that as fully as we need to. But at the same time, though, let's also open our minds to the science of this world, their positions. And that is to say, look, I believe the Supreme Court in the end is going to rule that this applies to the current term too. So I wouldn't make that a deal breaker. I think we should open our minds to that too.
Why do you want to go there?
Why
do you go there?
But in the end, Musa, if people sit down to discuss these things, I don't want to get us to set rules in such a way that we make it impossible to even sit down in the first place. Because everybody comes up with their conditions, even before sitting down. Then, you remember when we used to have a coalition building process, this was what used to happen, and that's why we couldn't build a coalition. Everybody used to have their conditions even before we sit down.
Banker,
And we always used to say, but why set the condition?
Here's another curveball I'm going to throw to my chief strategist there, because today at least at the end of the conversation, it looks like we have a convergence.
We always have the convergence.
No, hold on. This is a bad draft. That's what I hear from Faramos. So now, Faramos, if they withdraw this one and they bring back the people's draft, which is CRC,
yes,
and there is a clause there, 2-term, and depending on when that constitution passes, right? Yeah. And even that clause, there is subject to interpretation and a compromise. How do we twist that and ensure, is it the time the constitution passes? That's the start point, and he can run 2026. I mean, what do you have to say to those type? I mean, because still now it's not perfect.
The 2020 draft.
Yes.
Even going back to 2020, going back to 2020, man, I was one of the few people that was willing at that time to even go along with the retroactivity, meaning that the president could even run in 2021. Hamga. But if that one was basically passed back in 2020, we wouldn't even be talking about the president running another term or not. It would have been a moot point. Now, if that thing were to be brought back now, what I am willing to do, is to make it clear as day.
You are making me chuckle because I think you are setting yourself up.
No,
you are setting yourself up for.
I'm coming.
Because what you just said, literally, you are setting yourself up.
I don't have a legal mind. I am an ordinary average Gambian. What I want is, if they bring back this 2020 draft, the only clarity that I want, right? The only clarity that I want, that the president will not be able to run past 2026.
Okay, Musa, let me say this. Musa, let me say this.
Hold on, Banga, Haralde. If it were left to me alone, the president will not even run in 2026 because he already has 2 terms of 10 years. But knowing the political situation, and I'm a realist, talking him out of not running in 2026, I know that with these NPP people, it's a no-go area. I am willing to compromise on that. Yes, he can run
compromise on what?
Huh? Okay, but let me ask you this, Musa. No, sorry, let me ask him this.
Okay,
Musa, going by your own logic, just think of it this way, okay? Going by your own logic, if this draft that you said this is a red line for me, if it is not, then let us kill it. That's what you're sounding to me. Correct me if I'm wrong. Now, the draft failed. No, let me finish. The draft fails again, and then in 2026, you come back. Do you think then this argument that you are making will become a moot point at that point? Will you want to pass the constitution at that point, or how will it sound?
I can ask you guys the same question because I know that Sariang will not support the draft as it is.
No. What I'm saying, I'm asking you. No, answer my question. My question is, you are saying that the term limit provision, as it is stated in the proposed draft, currently. For you, that's a red line. If they don't clarify it, you cannot support it. Okay, very good. So now, if you have a problem with it and it fails due to just that, just forget about the other issues. Due to just that, in 2026, will you want to revive this constitution in 2026? Then
we'll be having the same problem.
So in that case, will you want to put the can down?
So, Banka, let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. If this is not clarified,
yes,
and National Assembly cannot fix it,
yes,
are you willing to go with it as it is?
Based on my interpretation of the proposed draft, that provision as it is right now, you want to have a conversation about this.
Yes,
and I am telling you, the little knowledge I have of our constitutional law, and I know nothing. I'm Madara Janguma. What I'm saying is the tiny bit of knowledge I have of constitutional law. That very provision right there. My hunch is the Supreme Court will read it for what exactly it is. It says anybody who serves can only serve 2 terms in office, whether consecutive or not. That's what it says. So in that regard, if the Constitution is going to come into effect in 2024, if it comes into effect after 2026, if this Constitution is going to come into effect in 2024, that means the 1997 Constitution is repealed. And if it is repealed, then this becomes the law of the land. Now, if it becomes the law of the land, don't you think that then we cannot sit there and then every provision in that Constitution is now running the country, and then we turn around and say, oh, but this one is an exception. This one doesn't say that it's 2 terms and this term. Who says this term doesn't count? Because it doesn't say that this term doesn't count. If they explicitly say that this term does not count, what about even the old provision there, the old one that you're talking about? I'm talking about if they came out and said that, oh, but this term is not going to count. The next term is when the 2 terms is going to begin. I would have had a very serious problem with it. But at this point right now, the way it is written.
Okay, let me ask you. Why would they pull the retroactivity clause?
Whatever their intent is, whatever their intent is, at the end of the day, it's just no.
Retroactivity clause made it quite clear.
I understand that. I agree with you. Look, I know I'm talking in terms of the negotiation process and where every side stands right now. I'm trying to tell you that what Sariang is saying is not also crazy and outrageous. It is one of those things where, man, based on my own look at it, is something that I'm willing to gamble on, because I believe that a Supreme Court will most likely, and again, I don't know how they will rule, and they decide. But I'm willing to bet on. I'm willing to take my chances on that. If that's going to be the only deal breaker, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I get. So Musa, I think here goes the 2020 draft, right? What does the retroactive clause means? Meaning, it tells Barrow the transition period of 5 years counts on his current term, right?
Which would have been 2021.
Exactly. So the 2016, 2021, 2021 to 2026, 10 years, c'est fini. That's it, right? Is that what I'm asking? Is that how you understand it too?
When the retroactivity clause was put down in the 2020 draft, what it was suggesting was Barrow would run. Obviously, he was the current president in 2016, and he would have another shot at 2021, but that would have been it. So if we had passed the 2020 draft, we wouldn't even be talking about Barrow running in 2026.
Very good.
I just want 2026. No, I get it. That's why I just want
very good. Now you see the wisdom in what Sariang is saying.
But
Sariang, now Musa, you see the wisdom.
No, I wanna go over, but they removed that retroactivity clause. So whenever this constitution is passed, it becomes prospective. Meaning, understand the way they wrote it.
No, Musa. You are too focused.
I spoke to legal people.
No, Musa. I'm not disagreeing with what your take is. Not that all. But what I'm trying to say is, I want hamga from you duga for hama duga degolante the lola waharon dama bugara lama halat. Understand? I get what you're saying, but that was the main sticking point. That the other side says no. That term, the transition period from 2026 to 2021 must count, and you must not. When 2026 comes around, you're not going to vie for the office. You're done, right? Is that how you understand it too, right?
Yeah, when it comes to 2020?
2020, after this term that he's currently in, he's done. He's not gonna run.
Yes.
Thank you. That's what I want. I think that we're all on the same page here, right? So that was a sticking point. That people are saying, no. Now here is what I'm asking for.
And Zari, and we have like seriously.
No, I get it. But here's the
about 2 minutes. Somebody.
What I'm trying to say is right now, as a compromise in that bill, the 2020, if we say, okay, you know, for the sake of passing this and your 50+1 strategy, we come to a table, we say, you know what, we'll give him a shot, right? But based on that term from 2021 to 2026 will count. That 5 years. Hold on, give me a second. I'm just trying to lay out. That 5 years will count. Your last term will be 2026 to 2031. Let's pass the bill. Would you not be in support of that?
Yes, I would.
That's why I'm trying to land, Musa Faramos. I think I
will.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm hedging at. What I'm trying to say is, if we say and I think every reasonable person needs to think about this very much with everything that we have going on in that country right now. If that we made a compromise on that,
yes,
and we said let's move forward, there's absolutely no guarantee that you're not gonna force Barrow's hands in the cookie jar. I'm telling him that, hey, you know what? Let's pass the bill as it. Your term, fine. You said the transition period doesn't count. We forget about it. But 2021 all the way to
2026, yes.
Well, let's pass the bill.
Oh, will you support that?
That's what I've been saying, and I don't think you
listen. Okay. Oh, you mean, but from the how about these other things that you were talking about? Consumer protection, the removal of leadership, all of that.
I'm gonna give the benefit of the doubt to the Justice Minister to address this and the people.
Oh, but you
but you asked me. Hold on a second. You asked me. It's not about me. If I have the vote.
No. I know it's not about you. It's not about
what
me either.
What I'm trying to say is pertaining that the Justice Minister work alongside with the CSOs, the Bar Association, and every stakeholder, and create a framework.
No, nothing separates us from light and day. Man, that has always been my deal. Now, these two issues, if we can fix it, I am on board. And you know why? Do you know why? I'm not just supporting that out of a vacuum. I think we have a better shot at running and bringing about change in 2026 if we go with that.
Halagasi. So all
the name calling that I've been getting.
From who?
No, I don't mean you. But from
no. Not like I'm got Mufaramos. I'm got Yaudode Lam Lamen. Alhaji Musa Chief Strategy. No.
What Sariang and Banka are saying amount to gambling with the fate of the Constitution. That's what the man said. And the man is a wise man.
Hey, who is that? Musa, you said who said what? Musa, what? Who said what? No, Musa, what did you say again? You said what?
I'm going to saying what Sariang and Banka are saying amounts to gambling the fate of the Constitution.
But now,
what does he mean by the gambling the fate of the Constitution? I don't. The very position, the very position that the Karamba and his type are espousing is what is gambling the fate of this Constitution, because their position is a zero-sum game. So they literally want to kill this thing.
What he's saying is leaving that open-ended for the Supreme Court to interpret.
No, Musa, I don't think.
Musa, let me tell you something. Let me say this. Musa, let me tell you something. Every provision of that Constitution is open to a Supreme Court litigation, because all of it is open to interpretation. So make no mistake about it. Even the ones that you think you are so sure of, if somebody takes those matters to the Supreme Court, you'll be shocked at sometimes how even America here, look at it, Roe versus Wade. You remember the Roe versus Wade ruling? You see how it has gone, what kind of changes it went through? And the same provision that they are interpreting, these Supreme Court judges are all over the map on it. So what I'm trying to tell you is,
I definitely want to clarify on my brother there, Karamba. What I'm trying to say, I'm not trying to leave that to, interpretation of the Supreme Court. What I'm trying to say is, if had a compromise and say, Barrow, your term from 2021 to 2026 will count.
Foster.
You can. That's what I'm saying. That's very. If that is something that is clarified on the country, and all the stakeholders agree on it, and say, Barrow, you can run 2026.
Yes.
Well, we have to have 50+1.
Yes.
That's what I'm asking. I'm not letting that for interpretation as it stands right now. That's
The
what I'm saying.
way Musa, the way you and Karamba are trying to push this, the way you and Karamba are trying to push this, you guys are making this to fail. And then you will come back. No, sorry, let me say this. Musa, the way you and
this long time ago.
Father Mos, the way you and Karamba are pushing this, you will make this. No, Saria, let me say this. Saria, let me say this. Father Mos, the way you and Karamba are pushing this, you will make this constitution to fail. And then you will be back here in 2026. You will be back here in 2026, trying to insist that let's have a constitution once again. And then how long are we going to keep pushing it? What I'm trying to tell you is, at that point, somebody will call in the show and tell you, Musa, boom, you get in. You are saying that the provision is still there. So you have 2031 again because the bar fails still now. So we wait for 2031. It doesn't make any sense. What I'm trying to tell you is, in the end, now looking back, you yourself said, if we had agreed to some of these things back in the last term, it would have been a moot point right now. You said it.
I didn't say that. Because, like I said,
exactly. So right now, let's look at it.
No, Manga, because of the time limit and 50+1 at that time, I was willing to say, you know what? Forget about the retroactivity. Let the man run in 2021, and then that's it, and we will be fine. But other people were saying, hell with that.
The retroactive clause for all of us was a deal breaker. For everybody, it was a deal breaker. Now, looking at it, it has become a moot point. Looking back,
but I was willing to go along with it. Man, personally, I didn't.
The reason why I'm telling you this is this. The reason why I'm telling you this, not to just address your point in particular. I'm just saying we need to really kind of tweak this and look at it from that perspective. That in the end, if we are not willing to make some compromises, we will find ourselves in a situation where we'll be back here after the elections again, trying to push for another constitution, dealing with literally the same situation and trying to argue the same argument. And for how long are we going to do it? This is my point. So I'd rather take my chances on the Supreme Court, knowing fully whether the provision is as crystal clear as it needs to be, than to sit here and then use the Karamba method. Oh, you are taking gambling with this, we are gambling with that, and then fail it again in 2031. Karamba is in Florida. Karamba is having the best time in Florida. He's not in the Gambia. So for him, it doesn't matter. Man, I'm in the Gambia. So you want to have a...
It was a good show with a lot of up and downs. But finally, my friend has come to my corner and I'm happy.
No, I'm not. I did not come to your corner. Tate, the woman you was a corner. Tate.
I agree with you. I'm on your corner.
Thank you very much. I'm not inside. The strategies get lost in Maya.
Money,
so
the so-called strategy
to in order
the so-called strategies.
Yeah, so-called
look, this coming from a guy who told us back then that demonstration was not a good idea. This was the guy who told us the demonstration was not a good idea to remove Jammeh.
Alfata Musa Jen nabe platform do nimbe ndiam sifal kela alkana kumandi tola alkana kumandi fengo fenna alinna e kaja hakili mayala luala karola pru mbenga ke kelinti ndebe o damal fo bigo bi aliya kam fandile wala na bi he lost his mojo and we got to get this mojo back next week with that Sam Musa.
All right, guys, good conversation. I loved it. I really did.
Thank you for coming though, because I couldn't even convince you, but you decided to come on. So
no, but anything that has to do with the Constitution. I mean, this is at the end of the day is the ultimate. We have to be part of this conversation. So, man, if I had to force my way out of everything situation and come to this one, I couldn't help it. I had to be part of it. Whatever stupid ideas I put there, I had to put it there. I know Karamba and his right now. You need to do a welfare check on him. Maybe he's thinking of going to suit himself already. But
he knows how to. He's one of my cousins that I can listen to.
Astaghfirullah. I cannot listen to Karamba anymore.